Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Review and Preview 2023 NFL Round 1 Draft Special. I am your host, Tom Scavetto. I want to thank you one and all for joining us tonight. And I'm going to introduce my three co-hosts of the night one by one. Prepare yourself for a fun-filled night, action-packed event with a lot of draft picks, 31 of them to be exact. And I'm very thrilled to introduce my co-host as we have some breaking news for the night. Fonz DeFalco, Baltimore Ravens fan. Fonz, welcome. It is draft night. How are you feeling?
Listen, it's draft. The Knicks are on fire. Lamar got paid. I see the Mets do good, and my holy trinity of teams are looking good, Tom. And it's draft week, draft night. I'm pumped. It's a good day, Tom. It is a good day.
For those of you just joining us right now, Lamar Jackson has gotten paid by the Baltimore Ravens.
Deserving. It's a lot of money. Well deserved. They had to pay him. We've never seen a guy like this in the Ravens lineup. Look at the difference when he's on the field, when he's off the field. Dude got his money. He earned it without an agent too. So shout out to him. So I'm very happy. They got the deal done. Got OBJ. You know, me and Tom, we talked on the side when like OBJ signed with the Ravens. We're like, hey, he's coming back. We weren't sure, we were thinking here and there, but it's well deserved for him. It's well deserved. When the moment he stepped on the field, he just changed the whole culture for the Ravens. MVP season and whatnot too. He's back. He got paid. I'm just excited, Tom. I'm excited and see what we can build with this team now with the couple picks we got in this draft.
The contract is 5 years, $260 million, average of $52 million per year. $185 million is guaranteed. I'm sure there'll be more specifics as we go. But folks, if you're tuning in just now, make sure to check us out on all of our social media platforms. If you're new to the program, at Review and Preview Sports on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. We made a TikTok as well. It's been up for a year now. Fonz and I have been running it well. Fonz has taken on the burden of that. Very nice job.
There's no burden, Tom. It's no burden.
Appreciate you as always. Let's bring up our next guest for the evening. And folks, if you're feeling groovy throughout the night, want to comment on the stream, please do. Also, like this video, share the stream with your family, friends. We really appreciate all your support. Next up, from Central Florida, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan himself, Brian McCardle, the college football analyst of From the Stand Sports. Brian, thank you once again. Third year in a row. How are you doing tonight? How are you feeling?
I'm doing wonderful, Tom. Feeling not as wonderful, however. I'm trying to fade Bijan Robinson here for the Bucs. A lot of analysts have him maybe dropping to us. I don't want him. Not many Bucs fans want him. I think too much is going well for Fonz over there. So I feel like, whoever he shouts out when his team's up to pick is probably just going to hit tonight, based on what he's saying.
A couple options. When it gets close to the Ravens, we'll get to that. Bijan Robinson, I actually wouldn't mind that on the Bucs.
One of the best talents in the draft for sure, but I'm not sure. We need other things, Fonz. We need other things.
No, you're right. You're right.
So maybe get us one of those big uglies on the offensive line. But yeah, we've been watching these guys all season, Tom, on From the Stands. We got a bunch of them now coming up to be drafted to start their pro careers. So looking forward to it. We only got 31 picks today, but we'll make it worth it for sure.
Absolutely. But we have a four-man crew here tonight holding it down. Andy Hopper from Champaign, Illinois, of the Brew Party podcast. Andy Hopper, welcome back. Very pleased to see you. And I'm sure you're very pleased with some of your draft prospects tonight from Illinois. How's it going?
Gentlemen, it is going to be a great evening. I am so excited to share it with the three of you. Let's get intimate. Let's get into these picks. Let's talk some ball, boys. I can't wait for it. Bears picking at 9. Super excited for that. My guy, Devon Witherspoon, projected 6, 7, maybe the 5 range. So we'll see. Heard the Colts like him a lot, but I don't know if their need at cornerback outweighs their need at quarterback. But I cannot wait. Super excited to be here. Thanks for having me, Tom.
Absolutely. And folks, before we dive too much into this, we will have 9 guests tonight confirmed, or 8 guests confirmed with 9 potentially. Actually, I might be doing the math wrong. 8 confirmed, potentially 9. Before we get into this, want to salute to everybody here. A little cheers. If you have a beverage, please pull it up. It is NFL draft night. Fonz forgot his. It's okay.
I will grab it when I take my bathroom break, which will be
Andy,
today. Be in a couple minutes.
It's all right, Fonz. You could always go up and grab one. Andy, Busch Light, typical Midwesterner, right, of the brew party. We'll make sure everyone plugs their podcast in at the end of the night because we have a lot to cover. We have a couple comments here. Garth Michael Patrick, who will make an appearance later saying hello, gives us a woo. Fonz, you could put the
sorry.
on there.
Sorry. Somebody
There you go.
We're good.
All good. No, you're all good. Gentlemen, see y'all for the Chargers pick in the meantime. Sweating bullets while watching my Tampa Bay Lightning. So is Brian McCardle. His team is down 3-1 in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
There we go, Garth. We got to believe. It's a football show, but we're down 3-1, so gonna have
Lamar
one eye
Jackson
on
contract extension lowered his 2023 salary.
Listen, whatever they do, you got to bring in build that team around. You got to do something, man. Give them the weapons. They got it with OBJ.
Garth wants Michael Mayer, my guy, out of Notre Dame.
I actually had we did a thing on Bijan Robinson, my number one team that would fit perfectly. I had with the Chargers. I think that if they trade Eckler, Robinson, the Chargers, that would be that's like a perfect match. I think.
Absolutely. Roger Goodell is at the podium getting a mix of cheers and booze, probably more booze. But the NFL draft is about to be officially underway. Robert Carter saying hello. How's it going, Robert? Go Pittsburgh. Hopefully your Steelers can get something good tonight cooking. Garth saying hashtag draft day. Yes. Matthew, thank you very much for the comment. As a Packer fan, screw that front office. Go Jets.
What might be funny if the Packers
I
draft
love what they did this offseason.
If they draft a receiver
Personally.
in the first round, it'd be the funniest thing ever.
No, I'm hoping so bad that they do that.
Probably punching air.
Oh, fuck.
How
Larry
many jerseys
Johnson.
you bought for the Packers with the Jets? Like they already made a bunch of people are pre-ordering it. There's definitely a lot of Jets fans bought
It
them
has to be like amongst top 3 selling
already.
already. Yeah.
Number 8 too. Again,
Yeah.
Tom, a big uniform guy. Interested with the number. I know it was his college number, but
Yeah.
big uniform
Folks,
guy. So.
if you are watching, please make sure to like this video, share it with your friends, drop comments as well if you're interested. We appreciate all the support. We don't just like the likes. It helps with the algorithm, helps more people see our show and share our show. So appreciate that. My father chiming in. Oh, no, that is not my father. There he is. Goodell sucks. Go Jets. Thanks, Joe.
You got like one of you got the white, black, and green one too.
Yeah. Yep.
Perfect.
That's crazy stuff. But the Carolina Panthers are about to be on the clock. There's Patrick Mahomes with the trophy in hand, the Lombardi trophy. Hey, there's Patty Boy. So, guys, Carolina Panthers are about to be on the clock. Brian, do we think that Bryce Young is a lock for this pick, or could they surprise us here?
Yeah, I think at this point, everything seems to be converging on Bryce Young right now. Andy said it in our little chat last night, and I do agree with him at this point. I think it's the smart pick. Early on, Anthony Richardson, as ridiculous as it might have seemed, was getting some buzz about number one, and then it kind of turned into that fading away almost entirely. Stroud versus Young, I think, at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, to me, I think the best talent of the two is clearly Bryce Young. So if you're the Panthers, I think you go with the safe pick, the more talented pick here in Bryce Young. So we'll see if they use logic or if they try to start the night early with a little chaos here.
Absolutely. Fonz and Andy, are we all in agreement with Bryce Young at number one overall?
I mean, it's got to be right.
Right.
What was it a few years ago? The Browns went Baker Mayfield, and we thought it'd be like either Darnold or somebody else, and they just went the other way with Baker. That could happen, but I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it,
things, but it's got to be Young, right? It starts with day one. It's perfect.
If they take somebody else, it would have been one of the greatest smoke screens in NFL draft history, for real. It's got to be Young. Yeah, there's questions about his height and everything, but I feel like at this point he is the most proven quarterback in this class. So I think he's the guy. He is the guy.
Let's not forget we did get smoke screened last year. Javon Walker, I think that pick.
Trayvon Walker.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Sorry, yes.
They're on the clock.
There was also no, there was also no like clear cut number one pick last year. You know,
That is true.
Because the quarterback class was just very weak. No, I'm not gonna talk about it, Tom. What I said last year, it was fine. We're gonna forget that my whole quarterback. Don't pull up that graphic ever again. I don't want to see my 2022 quarterback rankings. I'm not gonna look at that ever again.
And,
First QB drafted last year.
Andy, I want to turn to
20.
Yeah, you have a long way to go. All of us have a long way to go, except for Andy. Andy, I want to turn to you here. This was originally your pick. It was Chicago's pick. How did you feel about trading back from 1? I believe you guys are sitting at number 9 now. How do you feel about that and the haul you got?
I mean, I really love the haul. Honestly, when this was first brought up that the opportunity for them to trade back, I wasn't necessarily thinking it would be the Panthers. I didn't think they'd jump all the way back to 9. I was thinking maybe like 4 with the Colts or potentially the Texans. But, they end up getting the number 9 overall pick. They got another first round pick next year, and I believe a second round pick as well. Plus DJ Moore. So you fill your biggest need, arguably your biggest need in receiver. You have a big play threat, a proven guy to come be your number 1 in Chicago. And then you just gained a bunch more assets, because at 9 you can go ahead, you can take the Paris Johnson, the tackle, or maybe if Carter's there, if he falls that far, you can take him, or you could. I won't be surprised if they trade back again. Like, there's just so many different things they can do now. Obviously, they're in that rebuilding mode. They're trying to reload, take a step forward this year. And what a better way to do it than making a statement in this draft? And even if it's not a certain player from this draft, maybe more picks and more things in the future that are acquired.
Absolutely. I definitely agree. Frank Reich, the new head coach for the Carolina Panthers, they no longer have Baker Mayfield in town. Sam Darnold was shipped out to the San Francisco 49ers. Christian McCaffrey traded midseason to the 49ers as well. DJ Moore, Andy, part of that trade that you got. This is tough. This is tough. How, not the pick, but how they're going to rebuild and revamp their roster. Brian, as the NFC South rep, we know the NFC South is wide open. With Tom Brady retiring. How does that make you feel, knowing Fonz thinks he's coming back?
Tom, don't do it. I care about you.
Hey,
Tom, no. Not falling for it.
Well, I don't think he's coming back. I will dip
Right.
there.
Right.
But yeah, this division, I'm not very hopeful for us, but I think it is a good thing for us. We have a shot only because the other teams in the division are so equally mediocre, I will say.
Yeah.
I think our shot is probably, down with Atlanta at fourth, tied for third best, I guess, to win the division. I'm not sold on Baker Mayfield. I like him more than a lot of Bucs fans. I think he did well with the Rams, but you're going from Tom Brady to Baker Mayfield. Anyone's a downgrade from Tom Brady at this point, but we got a long ways to go if we want to get back to late playoff capabilities, and I think it might take a few years.
We'll see. Yeah, we've pretty much exhausted everything here about Bryce Young. Brian, I guess we'll wait. You want to do the height graphic now, or do you want to wait till after the pick comes in? Because I feel like,
yeah, let's throw it up, because maybe Carolina. We've seen owners and GMs go after traits that are really weird and skip guys because of it. You got Will Levis putting mayo in his coffee. Who knows? He might fall down the draft order because of that.
Despicable.
If an owner thinks that's weird. So, yeah, the biggest thing outside of stats here that we have for Bryce Young that is holding teams and analysts and graders back is that height. So
Yeah.
obviously CJ Stroud, much more normal height at 6'3". People are concerned a little bit about Bryce Young here, coming in at 5'10", and they gave him the 1/8 of an inch. I'm not sure if he actually has that 1/8, but we will give it to him since it is on the stat sheet. The biggest thing here, though, is people don't really know if that actually affects, batted down balls. If these shorter QBs are actually getting balls knocked down more frequently than our taller guys. So we have this graph here is put together by a wonderful statistician on Data is Beautiful on Reddit, and you can just see, I mean, the basic line here is there is no trend line. We've got guys all over the place. I think Kyler Murray is maybe, a little bit of a standout because he is the shortest, and
Yeah.
he's towards the higher end there with about 2.75% passes batted down. But when you look at the whole scope of the NFL, there's really no trend line that would suggest that being that much shorter is going to affect his career all too much. You look at Russell Wilson, the next shortest QB in the NFL there. He is below average in terms of passes batted down. We know he's had a wonderful career. He was great at Wisconsin. I think Bryce Young's been better at Alabama. So, I think he does have a shot here as far as, career longevity goes. And I think he fits in really well at the number 1 pick. And I don't think a team like Carolina should look past him just because of his restrictions in the height area.
Yeah, I think for me and Andy and Funds, we've all talked about this in the past. For me, the height, it's not that he can't play the position. It's the injuries that concern me, the hits he'll take from these much larger defensive linemen and linebackers. I think if there is one downside, that's probably it. And that's probably all I could think of, to be honest with you. I mean, right? Like,
No, yeah.
it
I
just
agree with
seems
that.
to me that he's just very good.
It goes down to the frame too. Like you said, like the height, the frame cell too. You got to put on some weight when you head into the next level. And it's different when you get to the NFL. These guys, yeah, they're bigger, but they're fast. These are professional trained athletes. They do this 24/7. So it could be a little bit of an issue with injuries, but you can't predict them. So when you have the talent like Bryce Young,
Right.
Go for it. He's a proven winner at a great university at Alabama. He's won at the whole
Pick is
college,
in.
so.
Well, the pick is in.
You know what the crazy part about it is too? Like you said, Fonz, like it's such a great program, such a historic institution at Alabama. As far as football goes, he is seeking to become the first Alabama player drafted first overall in the common draft era.
That's really crazy,
which is insane to think about when you think about all the guys they've had suit up for them and play in the NFL.
We got the pick, Funds. We'll get the banner up to show the folks. There it is. Bryce Young to the Carolina Panthers.
And
it happened, folks.
I turned off Twitter because I got the Twitter notification from Shams like 5 minutes ago about it. So I'm turning off Twitter. I didn't want to spoil it, so I turned off the Twitter notifications because I get them. Shams.
It's better than Kyle Russo making the facial reactions when he looks at JPA football on his phone every year. We do miss Kyle Russo, though. Unfortunately,
Kyle loves JPA football.
Just writing this down for my own personal record to keep track of who's picked throughout the show. So Bryce Young, again, 3-year starter, took over after Tua left for the NFL. He had some issues at times this year. They did not make the college football playoff. Brian, were there any points in the season where you doubted Bryce Young would be the number 1 overall pick and maybe you think they would go elsewhere? Because a lot of people did argue that his own teammate was the best overall player in the draft, and Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah, and that's probably an accurate assessment. I think overall, Fonz called me out for kind of dogging Bijan a little bit because he is Bijan I would put in top 3 talent as well. But yeah, it turned out well for these quarterbacks because a lot of teams do need QBs right now. As far as do I think his draft was ever in doubt, his draft position, I don't think so. It would have taken a team or a few teams, I guess, fighting for another positional player. Like I know a lot of people are in for O-line in these top 15 picks, but no one really stands out. And then, you kind of got Tyree up there from Texas Tech, and there's just not many people fighting over him. So I think QB was going to be the pick unless Carolina pulls something crazy, which I very slim chances of that happening. So yeah, I mean, you're right. They didn't make the playoff, but to me, he's been the best QB talent overall the past 2 years in a row. So I think a solid pick here.
Yeah. Well, last year, the first quarterback did not go off the board until pick number 20. I believe if I'm not mistaken, all 5 of the first draft picks were defensive players, right? We had Trayvon, Aiden, Stingley, Sauce, and Kayvon.
Sauce. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was good. That was a good top 5.
Yeah, it was.
Sauce.
Fonz, you're a former defensive player. I'm sure that brought you back in
I
the
love
day.
that. We need to bring it back. We talk about Brian's talking about Bijan, and you obviously one of the top talents. I think if this was like, let alone 10 years ago, this was like the 2010 draft, Bijan would be in the conversation for the first overall pick, even like the early 2000s. It's just crazy how much times have changed now, where running backs are interchangeable. Again, the talent's there for Robinson. I think he would easily be the top 5 selection if this was 20 years ago. It's just now look at the time that we're in now. Him and Gibbs would easily be in the top 10, but now it's like running backs, you need to change them. So it's just crazy how much times have changed.
I was thinking about that exact same thing earlier, Fonz.
Yeah, like look at the past quarterbacks that were taken early. Zeke, Fournette, great talents, but now they're not with their teams anymore. No,
I'm intrigued to see where he ends up, Bijan, tonight. I think he does go top 10, but we'll see. The Texans pick is already in. We'll pin them up here as on the clock funds.
This is big.
I want to say one thing, though. Bryce is in an interesting situation. The Panthers already have Andy Dalton and Matt Corral, who they drafted last year. So this is a good opportunity for Bryce to learn. He will be the starter, don't get me wrong, in my personal opinion. But you have Miles Sanders, who they brought in via free agency. Adam Thielen, they brought in from the Minnesota Vikings. DJ Chark. I mean, look at his receiving core, guys. Adam Thielen, DJ Chark, Terrace Marshall, and Fonz's guy, Hayden Hurst, at tight end.
They're not a terrible receiving core to start your career.
Bad.
Like Terrace Marshall, I think, can have a really good year. I have him high on him heading into the year. DJ Chark had a good proven year with Detroit. Like, it's not a terrible offense, really.
No. All right. Where is Houston going here? They're a big wild card. We all know they need a quarterback. In my opinion, it's between 1 of 2 people, CJ Stroud or Will Anderson Jr. And I think the only argument for Will Anderson Jr. is that DeMeco Ryans, defensive-minded coach, maybe he wants to go with a defensive-minded guy, but I think the roster has just so many holes. You have to take Stroud here, in my personal opinion.
I would definitely say
it's insane if they don't take Stroud, right? Like, look, no disrespect, but look at the quarterbacks that are on the roster right now. It's the long neck Davis Mills.
They gave him so many chances, and it's
Case Keenum, and I think EJ Perry is currently still on the roster. Like, none of those names jump off the sheet at me, make you really be like, oh shit, they got him on the roster. Yeah,
his team's back in Texas.
Yeah, he just resigned. So I mean, I think Stroud's the pick here. But I mean, there's even been smoke around Tyree Wilson from Texas Tech going here. So we'll see. But I don't know, man. I think Stroud logically makes the most sense, right?
Yeah.
It's real unfortunate, their QB situation, because I agree with Andy. Tyree Wilson would have been an incredible fit. They grew someone like J.J. Watt down there. Just huge fan favorite, incredible player. But the QBs are just too bad. You can't pass up on a QB.
Yeah, and there's a lot of talent too with edge rushers, so that maybe you can like trade back in to get someone too. But because after Stroud, do the Texans really want to develop a guy like Richardson or bring in a Will Levis or something? Do they kind of not saying
Right.
win now, but they want to have someone that has the star power right away.
Wait, don't they pick again? Do they have 12?
12.
Or-
They have 12.
Was that the Browns pick, right?
So
The
they
what?
could. All right.
Okay.
It's
It is Stroud.
all right.
We're
All
2
the-
for
okay.
2. We're all
Good
2
for
for
him.
2. We're all 2 for 2. Thoughts?
You have to make that pick. I like the pick. I know there's questions about his score on the S2 cognition test,
Cares
but
about
dude, if you watch this guy play, I specifically like to go back to watching him versus the Georgia defense in the college football playoff. Just absolutely torch them. I believe in this kid. I think it's all about the system and the situation you get put into. Hopefully they set him up for success in Houston, because I do believe this is a talented kid that can win you football games in the NFL.
for sure.
His number one weapon is Dalton Schultz. That
Whoa.
is a little fun
Love it.
fact for you.
Love it.
I'll say this.
What is the Texans?
I'll say this about Stroud. Hey, don't be surprised if Smith and Jigba goes at number 12. Just saying, his former
That'd
teammate.
be-
I know we're thinking a little bit too far ahead here, maybe, but
They could.
just
I mean, they
something
can
that
go
I'm-
defense. They can go in the receiver area. I'm going to look at the Texans receiving core right now on this. I want to see what this.
And while Fonz is
I
doing
like
that,
your-
Oh
Brian,
my God!
go
This
ahead.
is
No, I like where your head's at. I know I brought that up last year. I love when teams take these new guys and fit them in with teammates who they either were teamed with the season prior, or like you just suggested, bringing Jackson in to play alongside Stroud. It makes the fit and the transition a lot easier for these guys, and I think it's an incredible piece to the
Be
puzzle.
that would be. That would. Jackson Smith-Njigba would definitely improve, because Tom, I'm looking at this wide receiver room for the Texans.
Yeah.
You're off to right now if you want me to. This is really bad.
I'd love to hear
It's
it.
Robert Woods. somebody else.
So alphabetical order: Alex Bachman, Noah Brown, Jalen Camp, Nico Collins, Johnny Johnson III, John Mechie III, who actually I like, Amari Rogers, Steven Sims, and Robert Woods.
I'm just saying,
Anybody?
it's a much look. This guy played in a very high octane offense at Ohio State. He had Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Marvin Harrison Jr. He is a pure pocket passer. He is not great on his legs. And if he has receivers that can't get open, Laramie Tunsil and that line can only hold up for so long. So it could be a potential struggle in his rookie year if they don't add the pieces around him for him to be successful. He has a very accurate deep ball. He gets through his progressions timely, but he doesn't handle pressure great. You can ask Notre Dame. He is the slowest quarterback out of these 4 prospects. The interceptions come about when he locks his eyes on targets and doesn't look elsewhere. So I'm not as high on Stroud as maybe the rest of you guys are. Actually, I'm probably going to get yelled at. I'll reveal my top 5 quarterback graphics here, because this will make people shake some heads.
Brian, we need to mark down how many times Tom says something about Notre Dame tonight,
Yeah, that's one.
because
You got
it
one.
is. I will take the over on whatever we set the number at.
There's my rankings, gentlemen.
Oh, man. I like Hooker too. That's the thing. But I don't know if I
I mean, if he wasn't hurt and he wasn't
That's-
going to be 26 by the time he plays an NFL game as a rookie.
He is an old geezer, yeah. But second highest rated QB in all of college football, only behind Stroud last year. So I love him. If he were to slip to the Bucks, I wouldn't mind that.
So let me ask you guys this: what does Arizona do here? Because they've been the team that have been talked about that would be like the first one that would be okay with moving back. Do you think they move back, or do you think they go ahead and snag a guy like Anderson Jr. here?
I would. I mean, they need everything, right? Don't they need everything?
Yeah.
I mean, they can definitely go with Anderson Jr., but again, they need a lot. So it wouldn't shock me if they trade back and get more picks, because they should do that. But if we're just sticking with the pick, then Will Anderson Jr. is definitely a perfect spot for Arizona to build that defense around, because again, Buda Baker's now going to be gone. You'll have nobody on that team outside of Kyler Murray. and Hopkins might get traded too. So it's
I could see Tennessee possibly moving up, but I think Will Anderson Jr. should be the pick. As you see, he is Fonz's top edge rusher.
Oh, he's so good. He's good.
Yeah. I believe, Andy, I believe you have the same.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Well, let's look at it this way. Jonathan Gannon, defensive-minded head coach, right? It makes the most sense. You have the quarterback in place for now.
Correct.
There he is. So Andy also agrees. What Larry's saying, draft shaken up already. Nick Saban sitting right next to
Will Anderson Jr. is the most impressive to me on this list, not only because of his physical tools and what you see, what he does on the field, but just think about the guys he's lining up against, like night in and night out in the SEC. A lot of those linemen that he was going up against for his time in Alabama are now playing in the NFL.
Are you guys seeing what's transpiring? The Cardinals have traded the pick to the Houston Texans, who just selected CJ Stroud.
Wait, really? Oh, damn.
Yeah. So we got to change this quickly here. Wow. Too bad we don't know any Texans fans.
Wait.
That's kind of
you know what, Tom?
Wait, so they traded Stroud to the Cardinals?
No, they probably traded 12 and some others.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this has to be Will Anderson Jr. because D'Amico Ryans is a defensive guy.
I think it
crap,
could be Tyree. I think it could be Tyree Wilson.
This is some 4D chess right here, boys.
Cardinals trade pick to Texans.
This is from Texas, by a Texas Tech player, Tyree Wilson.
So what's the return? Tell me, what is the return?
Alec Walt saying good for Houston.
It's got to be 12. It's got to be 12, right?
12, a future first rounder, maybe like 2025, and then some filler, maybe a fourth rounder.
I don't know. I see.
That is wild. Have we ever seen something like this before?
Yeah. When was the last time a team picked back-to-back in the top 3?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know if it's ever happened.
Has that ever happened?
I think
could really use Hank for this, but apparently the pick is already in.
Yeah, we could use Hank for this. He is our fun fat guy.
It's got to. It should be Will Anderson Jr. then, because now this is now sets up their offense and defense.
Right. Oh, the Texans pick is in, and here comes Roger Goodell. I'm really intrigued by this one.
Yeah, me too.
I think it has to be Will Anderson Jr.
Man, that is. If it's Will, that's gonna be really good for their offense and defense. That's nice 2 building blocks for the franchise.
That's a hell of a start to the draft.
Yeah. Don't you guys love the draft?
Oh, dude,
there it is.
I'm pumped, bro.
There it is. What do we think? Will Anderson Jr. out of Alabama, 6'4", 253, a junior. Home run?
Nailed it.
I want to see what they just gave up to get him.
True.
Before I declared a home run. But yeah, he was going into this draft. He was my can't miss guy.
Like the number 1 overall prospect.
Yeah.
I mean, look at these stats here.
Early this year too. Everyone was saying Will Anderson Jr. could be the clear cut number 1 or very early on, before talking of Young or Stroud or whatever. So Will was always in the top 5 discussion. This is perfect for Houston to build on that defense, and now they got Stroud on offense. Again, those are really 2 good building blocks. Yeah, like Andy said, I want to see what the trade was for. I'm assuming for 12,
but
went back down to 12.
What a way to get a fan base reignited about and excited again about your rebuild, right? Wow. Good on the Texans.
I don't know why Tom invites me on here.
101 tackles, 31 of those were for a loss. That's insane.
Oh,
he had a down season last year, and it was only a down season because the prior season was one of the most incredible seasons we've ever seen.
Bro.
From a linebacker.
Look at that hug.
Football,
Look at that.
Derek Stingley too. When that hopefully they're building something, right? Hopefully you say with Houston.
Jennifer Kate saying hello. How's it going, Jennifer? I believe Jen and Hank are at the Rangers game right now in New Jersey. Thank you very much for joining us. We have another comment here from Sam. Who saw the Texans trading up? Not me. Not me either. Not me.
Sam, we talked about it on the pod last night. You said the Cardinals were going to trade down. You called the Titans moving up. We definitely did not see the Texans, man. I'm kind of shook by this move here, fellas.
Well, now what do you do if you're Indianapolis?
Dude, they're going to take Will Levis. That's my prediction. They're about to take Levis.
Levis or
I
Anthony,
think-
quarterback. Levis or Anderson.
It should be Richardson, but I feel like Levis fits more of what they like historically, the traditional pocket passer quarterback, and Stroud is off the board.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I know we said Richardson would definitely need more time to develop. Levis could start and play right away, right? Or what do you want to develop to? So who are the Colts? What's the quarterback room right now? You know what I mean? Is it just
What it's Sam Ellinger, and are they gonna cut Matt Ryan, or have they already done that?
They already did. So I'm saying if they had like already a veteran there, then I would say Richardson. I would say Richardson. But if they don't have anybody, like I don't want to start Sam Ellinger week one. So you go with the guy who's already. So Will Levis could definitely be up there. So.
Do they still have Gardner Minshew, the old mustache man?
Oh,
They do have Gardner Minshew. This is my
I
thing.
love that. I love
with
Minshew.
With Will Anderson Jr., he's the player most likely to succeed, but his biggest strength is the long arms. He kind of reminds me of DeMarcus Ware, right? Not to hype him up that much, even though that's what I'm trying to do is hype him up that much. But good footwork and closing speed. He does have size deficiencies at the point of attack. He's had issues against more powerful tackles in the draft, like Darnell Wright out of Tennessee. He owned him when they played this year. Remember, Tennessee beat Bama, right? That was the game where Hendon Hooker might have outshined Bryce Young, partially due to the fact that they neutralized Will Anderson Jr.
I don't
Jacob
think he
Eason.
did anything in that game, did he?
No, he didn't. Jacob Eason.
I don't remember any QB pressures even from him.
My buddy
that night.
Eddie is a Colts fan. Just a heads up. And the pick is in. He's saying, please don't pick Levis. I have a feeling it's going to be see, if Richardson stayed another year at Florida, he would have went number one next year.
Oh,
in my
yeah.
opinion.
Sure. But
Over Caleb.
But I think Richardson in the right system could develop into a really good quarterback. Again, I don't want him to play and start right away. He needs, like, I would say a year, maybe towards the end of the season, throw him in there give him a couple starts, but he would need to develop.
Which would make him fit on the Raiders more. No, because they have Jimmy G.
Yeah, that'd be a good spot.
Yeah,
for honestly,
absolutely.
Seattle. I like Geno.
I've seen some Seattle shouts, and
I love
like
Geno.
that.
You guys know that, but he's up there too, and his contract's not that it's 2-3 years. You know what I mean? So that's enough time to develop Richardson.
Seattle's only tied to Geno Smith for 1 year.
Yeah.
They're paying Geno like $25 million this year, something in that range. And they also have Drew Lock for 1 year, $4 million. So their quarterback situation is not set in stone by any means. Beyond this year.
Detroit too, you could do if we're talking about Richardson at 6.
They're showing Richardson. I think it's going to be Richardson. I really do. Will Levis is too turnover prone, in my opinion. So is Richardson at the beginning of the season, but people don't talk about the last 6 games, 12 touchdowns to 2 picks. Now, he is very raw, but I don't think the Colts will be good next year, but in a couple of years, maybe.
But
Here comes Goodell.
My thing is, like, he's so raw that, we said it, like him going to Las Vegas and being behind a guy like Jimmy G, I think would benefit him heavily. But if it's him here in Indianapolis, he's good enough to just go in and start.
It's him.
In Indy and just figure it out.
That could be so dangerous, though. I mean, raw is an understatement, honestly, to me. Like, this kid is basically a pile of Play-Doh. He's coming out an entire year too early. He is elite in almost every measurable that you can imagine. But if you watch any Florida game with him playing against decent competition on defense, he looks out of place, I'll say. He struggled to find throws when there's even a moderate amount of pressure. I don't know. He's got like legs like a giraffe. It's like he doesn't know whether to throw or take off on a run. I think they had to pick him here, but I don't like this.
You don't like it.
I think that their hand was forced, basically.
I do agree. They would have preferred Stroud here.
Yeah.
This was their.
Do you
backup
like them
option.
taking him? Do you like them taking Richardson more than them taking Levis?
Yes. I'm not high on Levis at all.
I don't think many people are.
Is
I don't wanna
Brian?
gut
Let
the
me
kid,
get. Let me get this. Let me hit you with this. Is it because Levis is too shredded to be good? Have you heard this take?
That's not what I've heard, but
So
you know what?
he puts mayo in his coffee, which he
Yeah, we
eats
gotta talk
bananas with the peels
Peel
on.
on.
Wait, what? Oh, you
Yeah,
know,
he eats bananas whole with the peel on. He's a
Cons-
weird dude.
You have to look this up. It's an actual thing. Actually, I have a graphic here.
you know what, Tom? This deserves a sound with Will Levis. Tom, you're going to hear this. All right, if you hear, listen closely. Fraud. All right, this is what Will Levis is now. He's officially on the Fonz fraud. He's on the fraud meter now. The banana peel. That was it. That's over the edge for me.
You
I've
see
got
my
a
last bullet
text.
point.
I've got a text from my buddy that's a diehard Colts fan, grown up in Indianapolis, lived there, or grown up in Indiana, lived there almost his whole life, lives in Indy. Said AR-15, baby, how we feeling? He goes, get the guns ready. I was ready to riot if it was that loser Levis. So that gives you a peek into how some Colts fans were feeling. They seem to be pretty excited
I'm not gonna lie.
about their selection so far.
I might get a Richardson jersey. I'm not gonna lie. I'm
It-
just a fan of him.
Heat. So my younger brother goes to Butler University in Indianapolis, so he has now declared himself a Colts fan. So I definitely need to go catch a game to see AR next year.
Elite size too. Elite size. Again, only 1 year as a full-time starter. You can't really fault him. His stock was so high. I guess he felt like he had to come out, and ultimately it was the right decision. He went 4th overall.
Top 5 pick. So with potential. So.
It could have been a really big risk for him to stay. So I think from a monetary value standpoint, I think he had to do this. If he goes back to Florida, as raw as he is, and he doesn't, progress in his final season there, and he looks only as good as he did last year, I don't know if he even makes first round draft next year.
No, that's the thing. He doesn't
in that scenario.
And I saw Ian Rappaport's tweet. The phones are ringing in Seattle. So I love this. I love track talk. The phones are ringing. I love this.
What are we doing?
I don't know. The phones are ringing.
If they don't, Jalen Carter here.
I was thinking Jalen Carter
Yes.
for Seattle. Or
That's who I had mocked as well. But if you're Tennessee and you really want a quarterback, let's just say you're trading up for Will Levis here at 5. No,
because you're because like what are the Titans again? What are they? 11?
11.
11.
11.
Because I'm looking at Seattle, Detroit. They could maybe do a QB, but I know they have other needs. Raiders maybe, but they have other needs. Falcons, they're going to ride with Desmond Ridder. Bears, obviously, no, they have Fields. The Eagles, no, they have Hurts. So you're taking maybe if the Titans don't trade up. I mean, just looking based on here,
If it's
the Bears,
go ahead.
If the Bears don't take Skoronski, the Titans will.
I don't think the Bears are taking Skoronski. I think they're taking Paris Johnson. So this is Devin Witherspoon territory here, fellas. 5, 6, 7. Be interested to see what Seattle does here. A lot of mocks have Witherspoon at 6, going next to Detroit. Yeah. Obviously, they just got rid of Okudah. Just fucking impale me right into my heart. They'll have if they do take Witherspoon, they'll have him and Kirby Joseph in back-to-back years in my own division that I now have to root against. I hate it.
Well,
why don't we just stir the pot a little bit more? Because we have a Detroit Lions fan about to join the fray here. Tone Gordon, your good buddy from Off the Rails. My buddy.
Tone,
what's up,
welcome
guys?
to the show. How are you?
Tone, long time no see, my friend.
How's it going, Andy?
Sorry, I drank that the worst possible time. It's going great. How are you?
I'm doing good. I by the way, I prefer that we don't get your guy either. So
Okay.
I like another cornerback better, but
Oh, Gonzalez? Are you a Gonzalez guy?
yeah,
Okay.
I would prefer
All
Christian
right.
Gonzalez, but we shall see. I think if the Seahawks actually make this pick and don't take a quarterback, we could trade out of this position though.
Hmm,
Okay.
interesting.
I feel like someone's gonna pull the trigger on moving up to get Levis. I don't know if it'll be us, but it could be within the next couple of picks.
What do you think about Goff?
I don't mind him. He's not my favorite. He's just not sexy. I think I said it on another podcast last time I was on with Antoine Bethea. He's not exciting. He's boring. He's gonna get you some wins. He's gonna lose you some games, but I mean, it's just not exciting, which is what we do in Detroit. Even when we're losing, we're exciting at least. But you know, I like the direction that the Lions are going. I didn't like that we got rid of Okuda. I was kind of hoping we would keep him around and hopefully figure out how to utilize him, since we wasted a third round pick or third overall pick on him. But I guess if we have to cut ties, we cut ties. You know, so the new regime seems to be getting it somewhat right, other than we're drafting guys that are betting in house and getting suspended.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that for a second. What are your thoughts on the current state of that with Detroit?
I don't love it. I'm cool with the guys we got rid of. I mean, you can't bet on football. That's just absolutely stupid. But if you're betting in the facility on something else, I mean, there's ways to track it. There's ways to track to see what you're betting on. And if they're allowed to bet on it, let them bet wherever they want to bet. To be honest with you, as long as they're not doing it during a team meeting or something, you know what I mean? Then get them, get on them. But if they're just sitting in their locker killing time, want to put a bet down. I mean, if it's pickleball or tennis or something, who cares? That's 6 games for that. But you got to know your rules. You got to know the optics, and unfortunately, that's going to get you suspended. So I would hope that down if he drops. I don't know why his name is escaping me right now, but I wouldn't mind taking the Ohio State wide receiver later on in the first round, since we're not going to have our wide receiver. Yeah.
Well, I think this pick is either Carter or Wilson. It's one of those two. That's what I think. There's
we'll see.
Oh, you see the Dan Campbell.
Man Campbell.
What do you call those things?
I love Man Campbell.
I don't know. Tyler Allen says hello, by the way.
Yes. What's up, Tyler? Love Tyler.
How's it, Antoine? What's up?
Oh, what? No. I was going to say Tyler's the producer of the Anomalies podcast, and it's a great podcast.
It is a great pod. Shout out the Anomalies.
How is Antoine Bethea doing?
He's doing great. I was just talking to him Monday when we did the show. Got a lot of exciting stuff coming out of the man-to-man pod, as well as got a lot of cool other stuff coming. I got my own. I got my own pod starting back up, and I got another pod starting up fresh. So I might have to get y'all on at some point on that.
Awesome. And Andy, congratulations.
Oh yes.
They took him?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go! Let's fucking go! Good for you, Witherspoon! Spoon! Come on.
I'm hoping that means we get Christian Gonzalez now.
Highest draft pick from Illinois since 96? Holy shit. Let's go! Good for you!
Break this down,
go! That's
Andy,
awesome! That's
break
awesome!
it down for us.
Andy, was the 96 pick Rashad Mendenhall?
The 90s, no, that
Kevin
was
Hardy. It was Hardy.
It was Dana Hardy and Simeon Rice went 2 and 3.
Yeah, that's right.
So Witherspoon, dude, he didn't start playing football until his junior year of high school. No scholarship offers from Power 5 schools until Illinois offered. Turns that into the 2022 Big Ten Defensive Back of the Year, 2022 Consensus All-American, 40 tackles, 2.5 tackles for loss, 3 interceptions, 17 passes defended, 92.5 grade in coverage. That was the highest last year in the FBS in pass coverage. This kid's a stud. He is not afraid of anything. Hard nose. He plays quick. Tom, you and I talked about it a couple weeks ago. Has the tendency to be a step slow sometimes, can get beat, but he has a hell of a way of making up for it. I'm rooting for this kid so hard. I am such a big fan of Witherspoon. Good for you, Seattle. I love the pick. Good for you, Witherspoon. He's not afraid to come up and hit you at the line of scrimmage. He is an absolute monster in coverage. First defensive back to be a consensus All-American in Illinois history. I tip my hat to him, man. Pleasure to watch you in orange and blue. Looking forward to watching you in Seattle.
The Seahawks got a good one. They bolster their secondary. Fonz, Brian, any thoughts here before we get to Tone's Detroit Lions?
I mean, wasn't expecting it, but him and Tariq Woolen, that's a good corner duo in Seattle. Seattle underrated, had a good draft class last year too. With him, Kobe Bryant, another secondary guy, Kenneth Walker, and Charles Cross. Like, they had an underrated draft last year too. So it was a little bit of a shocker. People thought Gonzalez would be the first corner taken, but him and Woolen, that's a good secondary. Seattle, they're building something though, especially on the defensive side.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Cover Witherspoon pretty well there. Kind of funny that he was the last, I think, of all of us sitting here to realize that Witherspoon had been picked.
No, so I'm streaming this, so I'm a couple seconds behind. So we'll keep that in mind.
But yeah, as far as who's I was expecting, I'm on the Jalen Carter train as well. I thought he was probably going to go there. But I mean, Seattle can build them really well on the defense. So regardless of who they picked, they're going to get, a solid player that grows really well on that defense.
Mm-hmm. He allowed 35 yards or less in 11 of their 12 games this season, just a 35% completion percentage rate. He does get handsy within the first 5 yards of coverage, but for a 0-star recruit coming out of high school, and this is going first at your position in the draft is incredible. Tone, I turn my attention to you. What would make Jared Goff more sexy, and what do the Lions do here?
Well, this makes it interesting because I didn't think Carter would be here. One, he's still the best available. So do you go best available? Do you go need? I mean, really, the Lions could do anything with this new regime. I mean, if it was the old regime, I'd just say we'd probably take like whoever's going to be a bust or a tight end. But I mean, I don't know. Like, honestly, like there's a lot we could do. I mean, I'm not pumped that we lost Williams in the backfield. So, running back would be way too high here. But maybe later on, there's a lot that I think they have a lot of momentum. But I think nailing this draft is important to the success of the season. So if they take the person they have highest on their board, then I feel pretty confident in now who that is right now, whether it's Carter or Gonzalez or somebody else is, I guess, to be seen here. So, I mean, I'm always a fan of trading out. I'm the Chris Ballard type of GM. I'm like, just trade down and give me like a late first round pick in like 3 seconds, and I feel like but I don't love drafting the side, to be honest with you. But number six is my lucky number, so this might turn out to be the pick that finally sees me watching a Super Bowl with my Lions in it. So
if it is Carter, Hutchinson and Carter on the same defensive line, that's pretty scary, fellas.
Yeah,
that'd be nasty.
Do you want Gonzalez still?
I do love Gonzalez, but also like I'm like Porter Jr. will probably be available in our later pick. So I'm like, we do have options.
Go ahead, Fonz. Sorry.
Well, I'm seeing everything. I'm on Twitter where we're making the banners, whatever, and I saw the Cardinals are trading up to the 6 with the Lions. The Lions get the 12 and 34th pick. So now,
I love that.
Okay.
What happens?
Who are they taking?
What happens to 18?
Will Levis. They're the Cardinals.
Yeah, right.
So, this is from Rap, and the official NFL account tweeted Cardinals are trading up to number 6 with the Lions. Lions receive picks 12 and 34.
What about 18? Isn't
So we have
Detroit-
12, 18, and 34. So I like that. I mean, that's give me that all day.
This is getting really weird. This is getting really weird because the Texans have had 2 picks already. Oh, the Cardinals
Oh.
traded out. That's what that was about.
I love draft season, boys. I love it.
It's the best.
Tell
But
them
who
if
did
you're cool with hanging
who do
out.
the Cardinals trade up to do here, though? That is the question. Like,
Wilson?
Tyree Wilson.
I think they're scared Tyree Wilson will be gone.
That's
and
what it is. That's what I'm thinking.
because he's still on the board. They're like, hey, we might as well jump up now
Yeah.
and get our guy here.
Tyree Wilson.
How funny would it be if it was Will Levis? That I might
I
might
die
piss
laughing.
myself if they draft Will Levis.
Hey, Jonathan Gannon is the head coach. He's a defensive-minded head coach. We know Wilson has a long wingspan, massive limbs, good lateral quickness, as Brian said. 7 sacks in each of the last 2 seasons. He would have had more if not for the foot injury. I think that's the pick. I think Carter's going to continue to drop.
Carter.
I would not mind Carter keeping.
Oh, he goes to 9.
Continuing to drop all the way to 9.
Biggest fear is Carter to Philadelphia and him and Jordan Davis stuffing
oh
around.
my
That's
god,
so
that'd be,
that is-
ugh, be filthy.
Disgusting.
Does
Oh.
anyone here,
Sorry.
does
I'm
anyone
sorry.
here think
What
his
was
I don't want to say. I'm just gonna write the banners out. I want you guys because I'm getting the. I'm gonna write them out here so people will know.
Oh, that was a curveball.
ooh,
I will not say anything and let you all figure it out.
Tom, whenever you want, I can pull. up
Oh
the
wow, that is a curveball. Holy shit!
Hold on.
Sorry, I hope I'm allowed to curse. My bad.
No,
That's
you are fine. In fact,
Ooh.
we're all drinking here, so we're laid back time. There's nothing.
That is
now I'm
It's-
interested.
Oh,
to see what
wow.
they gave up for.
Yeah.
Wow.
yeah.
Okay,
Who
so the
did you
Bears
have?
guy is gone there. Dude,
Trading
we
up for-
may get Jalen Carter. Holy
I mean, the
shit.
Cardinals did need help on the offensive line too. That's it. That was in. Well, they needed everything, but that was also a need for them too.
Tom, now Skoronski may be the guy at 9.
Yeah, probably.
It's a really good fit.
Fonz said Skoronski is number 1. A lot of people
Well,
view
better.
Skoronski as a guard at the next level. Tyree Wilson, unbelievable. It's a good pick. Don't get me wrong.
Well,
I'm sorry, not Tyree. What the hell am I saying? Paris Johnson. It's a good
No,
pick.
it's good because the Cardinals need help on the offensive line too. That's another
Yeah.
big need for them. So it definitely.
So were the Cardinals scared that the Raiders were going to take an offensive lineman? Is that
I don't know.
Yeah, because it's the Raiders, Falcons, Bears, like they could take them, but there's, Eagles. So the
Honestly-
Eagles don't need an offensive line. I mean,
To me, does this not feel like a Raiders pick at Jalen Carter? He just feels like a Raider to me.
Yeah, he does feel like a Raider.
Oh no!
You
Well,
know they're
also,
they're going to take Christian Gonzalez
Oh.
because he's super fast.
yeah,
They
that
could
was
use a
that's
corner.
that's what I was
But-
gonna say. Who's the fastest receiver in the draft? They're about to get taken here at
You know
7.
what's funny? Every mock draft I saw, they had him Gonzalez going to the Raiders. Like every mock draft I read, I'm like, this is actually a perfect matchup.
Wow.
Trades too, but hold on real quick. Back to the Cardinals. Paris Johnson. This is an interesting selection because as a sophomore, he started all 13 games at right guard. He moved to left tackle this year where he started all 13 games. He's a lot like a Zach Martin, believe it or not. A guy who can move inside in the NFL potentially. Excellent footwork, good hand usage. I'm buying this a little bit. He gets beaten by long arms. He's a little predictable sometimes, but you know what? I'm with it.
I'm liking like he played in the guard spot, the tackle. He can play anywhere, and the Cardinals need help kind of across the line, so you can plug him in anywhere to start, and then eventually, if you want to go as your franchise left tackle, you can do that. Start on the right side and slide over to the left. He can play anywhere. Clearly, he did it in college, so why not? Here's the versatility.
What did the Cardinals pick up in the trade to move down from the 3 spot? Because basically they traded the first round pick they got.
Yeah, I haven't seen any.
I didn't see anything about. I'm looking into it. I didn't see what they.
Because they moved
Tell
from
'em.
3 to 12, and then they moved back
Oh,
up with that 12.
It was number 3 and 105 for the Texans for 12.33 and the 2024 1 and 2024 third.
Okay. So they still got it. I mean, they moved down from 3 to 6 essentially to draft
Yeah.
a guy they probably wanted anyway.
Tone, I guess they heard you, the Lions.
Yes, they did.
I
About time somebody over at the Lions heard me.
JJ Boogie, 1582. This is the craziest draft so
Wow.
far.
love drafts. Drafts are great.
Let's be real here for a second. Offensive tackle is a premium position. Defensive tackle is not. So I could see why Jalen Carter is falling a little bit. Obviously, again, I'm trying to think about this. Even without the off the field stuff, is he gone by this point? Because all these team needs don't align with his position. If you really think about it here.
He could have
think
maybe I could have seen Seattle maybe, but like, and maybe Detroit if they kept it.
Yeah.
But like, there wasn't really anyone that I was like, yeah, he's 100% going there or whatever. It was more like maybes, like with Seattle and Detroit.
Well, there's Gonzo. It could be Gonzo. It could be Will Levis.
Could also be
potentially.
Will Levis.
That's going to be the theme throughout the night. It could be Will Levis. 5 picks later. Yes, it could still be Will Levis.
Yeah, we're gonna.
It was like me, Tom
Now,
last
how
year with Malik Willis. You know,
How much do the Falcons love Ritter though? Because they got him late in the draft last year. There was no
Yeah,
early pick, so they're not super tied to Ritter.
are they committed to trying him out as a starter like this year? Did they
Yeah,
say
I'm
that?
pretty sure.
I would be if I'm Arthur Smith.
Give it a shot? He wasn't terrible, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
they have other needs though, the Falcons too, like especially in the
Yeah, yeah.
secondary option of AJ Terrell. You know what I mean? Like,
sorry, we had a New York City motorcycle driving.
I heard
by.
that.
Wow.
I had to mute myself.
He was rooming down that street.
Yeah.
He's excited for the draft too.
Yeah. How do we feel about Kansas City being host side of the draft? I mean, it looks packed. A lot of Chiefs fans.
I like how they changed it to a city now. It used to be what? It used to just be like Radio City, and now they go.
Well, yeah, then they realized how much money they could make if they if they alternated the cities every year.
Like with the Super Bowl, they did it with the Super Bowl, the Pro Bowl games now. Sorry, and now with the draft, they're going to do it everything now. They're going to everything's.
I will say, having been at the Super Bowl this year, like the way the NFL does things is very like they definitely like are very efficient with how they like have stuff
Yeah.
throughout the city.
Yeah.
I mean, it is from my one experience at a Super Bowl. I mean, it was very like streamlined. You could get things everywhere looked packed, but you moved through it pretty fast. So I'm assuming like they probably got that down to a T, moving it from city to city. So I think any city could probably really host it as long as it's nice weather, because you don't want to be in cold weather with this NFL draft.
Interesting.
Like if it was in Denver today, it'd be snowing.
True. This has to be Gonzalez here. By the way, the Rangers are down 3-0.
This seems like a Gonzalez pick.
I'm glad we're covering this. This will take my mind off of that BS. Hank needs
Are
to
you
stop
are you
going to
a
Rangers.
Knicks fan, Tom?
I am not.
He's
No.
a
No,
Bucks
Montes.
fan, so he's still
I'm
he's
going.
a Bucks fan, so he's still not doing well.
I'm
No,
going.
so
To,
let's-
I am going to
Let's
game one.
pretend that
I'm so happy.
let's pretend
So
that I'm not a Bucks
okay, so
fan.
you guys got the 12th overall pick and the 34th overall pick.
Yeah.
Tone.
Okay.
I like that. I mean,
So who gets 18?
we still get it. We still have it.
Oh, that's right. You keep it. It's just not included in the trade. Okay.
12, 18, and 34. I'll take 3 picks in the top first 34.
I think 18 could be Mayer. I like him a lot. He is, in my opinion, I'm a Notre Dame fan. He's the best tight end in this draft. We'll get to that in a little bit. But
Please don't give me another tight end in the first round ever again.
Mayer is different, though.
I hate them all. Pettigrew,
I love tight
Eric
ends.
Ebron, Hawkinson.
On James.
Get him out of here.
Tyree Wilson.
I got the pick from the banner for it too.
How about them Raiders?
Raiders.
He fits in with Patrick Graham's defensive scheme.
What were your guys' final predictions? 'Cause I just found out what the pick is.
I had Gonzalez. I thought it was going to be.
I had
I think-
Gonzalez too.
I think we were all swinging a miss on this one.
Yeah.
I had Gonzalez.
I tell you what, though, I would pick this guy just straight up off of his outfit, though. I would have walked through if I was a GM, I'd just show up at the draft, walk through, and be like, "That guy looks cool. We're drafting him."
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Best
Look at that guy's chain. Has a wingspan of 86 inches, 2 inches longer than LeBron James.
Jeez.
Born in Anchorage, Alaska. Oh, shout out. When was the last time a Texas Tech defender went in the top 10? That's got to be that's got to be forever.
Boy, Von Miller was A&M, right?
Yeah, he was A&M.
I don't even know any other Texas Tech defensive players. I remember Michael Crabtree is the only Texas Tech. Well, Patrick Mahomes too, obviously. I'm not going to.
Didn't was Zach Thomas? Wasn't he a Texas Tech guy?
I feel like he was too. I was about to say Zach Thomas too.
He seems like a Texas, yeah.
And I honestly think he was the last like
Hall of
Texas
Famer.
Tech-
Now Hall of
Texas Tech
Famer.
dude to go in the first round.
Oh,
So the Falcons are on the clock. Brian, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I had to do a quick check because I feel like I should have known. I used to watch a lot of Texas Tech. No one's gonna guess it.
Yeah.
It is Jordan Brooks. And
Oh yeah, that's right.
I wouldn't have guessed that in a million years.
Yeah. He was
Okay
the
with he's okay with the Seahawks.
I guess this is the makeup for the botched Cleveland Farrell pick 4 years ago.
By the way, we were unless we were specifically talking defense on Texas Tech, we all just swung and a miss. Patrick Mahomes with the Texas Tech.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking just I said
I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
thinking
yeah.
specifically
I was thinking
defense.
just defense.
So
Baker Mayfield's first season.
Tyree, second edge off the board.
Maybe in Crosby. That's a good duo
Yeah.
of pass rushers. That's really good.
Shout out Noah Dibler, could not be here tonight. Resident Atlanta Falcons fan. Shout out to the old boy. They're showing Will Levis on the screen. The pick is in. Wow.
Dude,
No.
no way.
I got underneath. Dude, get Gonzalez right there. Imagine Gonzalez and AJ Terrell. That's a
They're
good.
also showing Jalen Carter.
Well, that is in Georgia. Atlanta is in Georgia. So
I think Carter is actually from Florida. Fun fact.
Look at that.
the Dirty Birds kind of give off a similar vibe to the Raiders to me in terms of going with them. So I think Art is looking at that car accident, that 100 mile an hour street race, and going, "That's my guy."
I mean, going back to the uniform talk, Jalen Carter in the throwback Falcons uniform is actually
Absolutely.
really sick.
That was pretty nasty.
Again, I just my draft thing will just be strictly how good would they look in the uniform.
Oh, I love that. I'm in. The Dirty Birds.
Falcons-
Yeah.
well, the Falcons do love stiff, boring white dudes ex quarterback though. So
That's true.
What was I gonna say? Skoronski potentially here, since Johnson is gone.
Oh, what would Andy's Bears do then?
Then
Draft
Carter.
Jalen Carter.
Carter would be there.
You would want Carter there?
The Bears. Who
Yeah.
cares about the Bears? We all know who's gonna win the North again.
I mean, Javon Carter in the orange Bears uniform with the orange alternate helmets again.
Puke.
Hey, Fonz, are the Vikings winning the North?
We're not doing this again. I'm high on the Lions, man.
I am high on the Lions too. I like the Lions a lot. You know what? Tone showed a lot of love.
Dude,
for
it's
Daniel.
so hard to root against the
Well, hold on.
Lions. They're
Hold-
fun.
yeah.
You
I
root
love-
for a fun team now.
I
I know
wanna
you've had
say-
a lot of shit
And
going
again-
on
and again,
going up to this.
they're getting an alternate helmet.
but they're fun.
alternate
now.
helmet, new uniforms next year. I'm high on these Lions for it. Just
Let me
based
say
on that.
one thing about Mr. Tone Gordon. Tone was one of the first non-Giants fans to publicly come out and say Daniel Jones is him before the general public
Jesus.
realized this. He always was, but it took people like Andy Hopper
He always was.
forever to figure that out. Right, Andy?
I will say I had some inside knowledge of a guy that played with him, and he said, and I trust his
AB.
opinion. So Antoine said what he saw in practice was that Daniel Jones was the guy. So
Andy, there's the ricochet shot of the night.
I did well. That's the easiest way to get to Tom's heart is you start talking anything good about Daniel Jones. As
He's
Tom is all
on in
in
the
on
back.
that.
I have Jones and Kayvon Thibodeau, the jerseys.
Yeah.
on the back.
I see it. I see it.
They got Kayvon as well, not just Daniel.
So yeah, dude. I honestly, I'd be perfectly okay if it was Skoronski here and you get Jalen Carter if you're Chicago. I know offensive line is a huge need for the Bears, but I think at that point you take best available. Getting Jalen Carter at 9 when he was, he was talked about as a potential number 1 overall pick during the season. So
if the Falcons don't take Will Levis right here, Will Levis starts giving me real heavy Jake Locker Tennessee Titans vibes.
I thought you were going to say Jay Cutler for a second.
No, Jay Cutler actually had like some decent years.
He did.
Not
Well,
great.
I like Jay Cutler. Andy could tell you he's the best Bears quarterback probably since McMahon.
yeah, it's not even close.
It's not even close.
I'm partial to Eric Kramer, but that was because he was a Lion.
Shout out Deanna Cairns. Thank you very much for the comment. My girlfriend commenting, "Let's go Giants" with the blue heart and the football. Thank you very much for that, Deanna. We went to see the Giants beat the Bears at MetLife this year.
I saw them beat the Ravens too, Tom, and I really am upset by that too.
Dude, I saw the Lions beat the Bears in person this year. Fuck.
The Falcons pick is in. I'm going to go ahead and say it is.
I'm going with
Skoronski. I think it's Skoronski.
I feel like Fonz
Brian
knows,
McCardle.
he's not telling us yet.
I'm not saying anything. I saw another reporter I followed with a verified blue check mark, and
blue check. Do they have over 1 million followers? Or are they still paying for Twitter Blue?
Is it real blue or a fake blue check?
I already know who this is going to be. Oh my god, the sky is falling.
That's not a good sign.
And side note, the Eagles have traded up 1 spot. They're now on the clock too. After
the Eagles traded with the Bears.
Yeah,
hold on.
They're taking Jalen Carter.
Fuck. What are we doing?
1 spot.
Roger
That's the
Goodell's
case,
Rams.
there's no way
They're
the Bears were looking at harder than.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what that means.
Oh, man.
I don't know.
The Eagles are gonna. Are the Eagles actually trading up? They do this all the time.
The Eagles are in a spot where they've got everything.
I guess the JPA football confirmed the Falcons pick too, also, boys. So this one is something. This is very interesting. I'm not gonna say it. I love this draft.
He's reading it right now on my screen.
I love this.
Tom gave a very negative reaction.
Whoa!
We got ourselves.
That's pretty interesting.
We got ourselves, boys.
Whoa. That is pretty interesting.
Bijan Robinson. Tom, when I did the breakdown of him, I did not say Robinson would go with the Falcons. I did not. Man, Robinson in the throwback Falcons uniform with that helmet's gonna look sick. Actually, not in the other uniform, but just in the throwback uniform alone. Wow.
You're gonna be broke after this draft. You have so many jerseys to buy right now.
Listen, Brian, I have the Odell one lined up again. I'm trying to figure out the color. Anthony Richardson, I'm gonna have to try to snag too. The Colts are nice. I'm gonna wait for a Lions one until the new uniform come out the following year. I got to do that. And the Seahawks got throwbacks this year. I might get a Seahawks throwback one, but I don't know what player.
Here we go, gentlemen. Bijan. 4.46 40-yard dash, 5'11", 215, a junior. First team All Big 12 in 2021, 11 touchdowns at over 700 yards as a freshman. Nation's top running back this year, 1,580 yards, 18 touchdowns. And you can see the rest of my analysis there. I made a few graphics. This was one of them because I knew pass protection might be his only weakness.
That was the big issue I saw, Tom, heading in, that his pass blocking and it is not really the best, but when he gets the ball, you just know he's going to get it 9 times out of 10, and he's just a hard-nosed runner. Great, stiff arm spin move, like great moves too. We're comparing him and Gibbs. Gibbs fits a scheme like with a bunch of other teams, but Robinson's only a few here and there. Falcons is a good spot. I'm kind of shocked they took him this high. I know they have a bunch of other needs. They already have Tyler Algier, but it's a good weapon for the offense for Arthur Smith. it definitely could work. Robinson's definitely talented. And we take a running back in the top 10 though. Nowadays, it's like
This seems so high. I know they want to help
Yeah.
Ritter out, but you could trade back. I feel like if you were going to go for Bijan, at least.
Well,
for
the
5
Eagles might have taken him.
You think?
oh yeah.
I do. They lost Miles Sanders.
And Rashad
They-
Penny, I'm not going to trust, to be honest.
I'd rather Atlanta get him than Philly.
You know what? That's a good call, Tom, because like I was going to say earlier, like the Eagles are in such a good spot with everything they have. They're like a well-oiled machine now. You might as well go for the best talent left in the draft.
Yeah.
And that, like I was saying earlier, that's it. Well, Will Anderson's gone, so at this point now it is Bijan. So you might as well take him.
Wonder if they did they say if they swapped anything besides just 9 and 10? Like surely the Bears got
They
something
had to
else.
give you at least like a.
There's
Like
probably
something.
nothing. I haven't looked at anything yet. It's just the Eagles have traded up one spot. They're on the clock. I haven't seen
I feel
any
like the Eagles
So-
are taking Jalen Carter.
Here's
Me too.
Howie Roseman has selected 4 positions in the first round since being GM of the Eagles: offensive line, defensive line, receiver, and quarterback. The pick is Jalen Carter.
I mean, he's killing it so far in the last couple of drafts for sure. Like, I mean,
He
with
has.
the trades and
Since the Rager pick, he's been doing good.
him and Jordan Davis. That is a ridiculous.
I'd rather.
Have fun, Tom.
so the trade alert is the Eagles traded up to the 9 pick. Bears received the 10th pick and a 2024 4th rounder.
Turned it into multiple picks. I like it.
It's a free
And
trade,
I'm
basically.
They're-
Really, and I'm sure they must have been comfortable enough with their guy at 10 if they're letting the Eagles jump them.
Just one spot too.
Yeah.
There's definitely a
This
need that
is
the
good.
Eagles aren't going to get, and the Bears are going to they were going to get them no matter what. Just get an extra pick out of it.
This is good for the Giants. 0 receivers off the board in the first 8 picks. You love to see it. Now here they'll come
What-
flying.
Well, it's good too because that 9 pick was the original Panthers pick, correct?
Yes.
So
Like, wait, yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to give a
Um,
quick Adam Schefter shout out. He was saying who the Falcons have taken in the last 3 drafts. They're really going after offense of late. Their past 3 first-round draft picks: Bijan Robinson, wide receiver Drake London, and tight end Kyle Pitts. So that is the full gamut of offensive weapons that they're trying to put around Desmond Ritter or whoever might replace him in the near future.
Arthur Smith wants to win now. Like he
Yeah.
needs to win. Like he's not waiting to like rebuild or whatever. He's trying to win now,
Yeah.
especially in a
And
win
he-
NFC.
He likes being a head coach in the NFL. He would like to remain a head coach in the NFL. You cannot blame him for that. He wants to draft the best available player for his team. And this is probably the best running back prospect since Saquon Barkley.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
running
Right
back
in
does
time,
always sound like a good way to get fired, though.
it
Running
does.
back in the top 10.
But I do agree, but it is Bijan, so I can get on board with this one. The Eagles pick is in. Speaking of the Eagles, let's bring on our Eagles guest as well. We're going to get a little bit more credit in here. Daniel Bakley.
What's going on, guys?
Cage my
D-Bake.
IQ. D-Bake.
Welcome.
Welcome. Your Eagles have traded up. Who do you think it is for?
I think it's Carter. I think
Got
he has a relationship with Jordan Davis. Davis mentored Carter. They asked Kirby Smart what would be one of the best landing spots, and he said the Eagles because of that, and because they have a great defensive line coach. He can kind of keep him in check. Davis is there to watch over him. I think you had to go trade up a little bit with the Bears there because the Bears probably would have taken him had they not moved back.
Tommy, I said it earlier. What was it talking about? The buddy system. I like that call right there.
Brian, you predict the future too much for my liking.
Hey, that pick wasn't my call. I'm just saying I like the theory. That's been one of my big things. So
Did anybody see what we
There we
gave
go.
up? I didn't get a chance to see.
The 10th,
So
the 10th and a 4th round pick in 2024.
Oh, it's not too bad. Considering we just got a 3rd from Arizona.
Ooh.
So, Daniel, walk us through. You pair him with Jordan Davis, his former teammate, Milton Williams.
You got Cox for at least one more year.
Mm-hmm.
You got Cox for another year.
And-
Yeah.
He's excited. He's loving it.
Yeah, well, dude.
You got Tuipulotu there. He's one of those end pieces on the tackle line. You got 4 or 5 guys that tackle that you can interchange in and out. So there's not going to be a lot of guys that go heavy.
We'll update the banner for us shortly.
There it is.
Howie continues the trend of building through the trenches. Daniel, I want to congratulate you. Wow, he's being brought to tears that he went top 10 after everything he's been through this year. Look, I'm gonna stay out of that off the field business, but I'll tell you what. I mean, good for him. He was an outstanding athlete at
Really
Georgia.
good.
Really, really good. Back-to-back national championships. I believe that is the first Georgia player off the board at number 9.
Which is crazy. And it continues the trend for the Eagles going the first round with either Alabama or
The
Georgia.
pick is already in for the Bears. Holy shit.
Yeah, they knew he was gonna see this one.
You're like, not wasting time. Next. Here we go.
All right. Not wasting time at all. Jesus Christ. They're not even going to let Carter get to the stage before they're like, all right, wrap it up. We know
We're
we're
gonna have
taking.
to sweep him off
He
the
didn't,
stage.
he didn't even get his hat yet, and then they picked
Yeah,
it.
no shit. I think it's Skaronski.
You forgot the
What if
Eagles
it's
also
what
have
if it's Nolan Smith?
The Eagles
Dude,
also have N'Kobe
I wouldn't
Dean.
mind if it's
That-
Nolan Smith. I wouldn't hate that.
Tone, that's a good guess.
Like,
McCardle, what do you think?
After his draft performance, I agreed. I mean, I like Nolan Smith a lot better than Jalen Carter. I will go into the off the field stuff because it is a part of football.
It
I mean,
is.
Listen, back in the day, you could do whatever, wash your hands of it and the team will sweep it under the rug. But nowadays, especially with all the video footage that everyone has sitting in their pockets on
Did he
their cell
rehearse a
phones.
handshake with Roger Goodell?
1,000%.
I think Fine said a good point there. I forgot that N'Kobe Dean's on the team too. So you got Dean and Davis.
He was just
Yeah.
building a Georgia defense
This
over there.
defense.
The Georgia Eagles.
You, Fogg, Jordan, all of you Eagles fans, Mark Alkin, one of my coworkers, continue to celebrate and pounce. And he said, "Oh, we're going to get Jalen Carter at like 8 o'clock this morning when I log on my Zoom call for work."
Well, once Seattle took a Witherspoon, I thought we had a chance. I didn't think we were going to get him, but I thought we had because I thought he was going to go to Seattle.
But this is
That's where a
this
lot
is
of
what
mocks
good-
had him.
This is
Yeah.
what good teams do, though. They just
Yeah.
like find a way to like get great value out of like the best
You can't
available,
hate here.
and then 4 years from now, when no one remembers that this dude was in a car crash that dropped him 10
Right.
spots,
Yeah, like, how did he
and he's
drop
like a
to 10?
3-time
Yeah.
pro bowler. Like,
Yeah.
How did he drop to 10? Well,
Dude, if you told me,
They-
3 or 4 years ago that Howie Roseman could be like the best GM in the NFL, I would have laughed in your face. And
because he drafted
God,
Jalen.
now I fucking tip my hat to him, dude. He's insane.
Um,
All right, who the fuck is Chicago taking? Who is it?
Court,
Who the
I,
fuck is it?
I'm just gonna say, Justin Fields does need help. It could be receiver, but I'm leaning.
Dude, I would be ecstatic if this is Smith and Jigba right here.
Did they
although
overlap at all?
Yeah,
If
they played
did,
together.
It was his freshman year.
I think Jackson Smith barely played. He played a little bit, but he was behind 3 different guys
only had
a couple
one
years ago.
touchdown.
So yeah,
It could be.
And-
It could be him too. Darnell Wright out of Tennessee.
Here's a question for you, Andy. As far as wide receivers go, if you think you probably fall into, around the top or bottom 10 next year, do you just forego this and hope you can get Marvin Harrison Jr., who I think is an even better wide receiver in comparison to Smith and Jigba?
I mean, I didn't even think about that, Brian. That's why I keep you around. I love that thought. I am a big Marvin Harrison Jr. guy. So Smith and Jigba is not necessarily my number one receiver on my top 5, solely because of the injury concerns. I do still think he could come in and make an impact very quickly in an NFL offense. Obviously, staying healthy is a big part of that. That's why I have him at number 2. Quentin Johnson, and I would be thrilled to have as well. Just a big body that can go up and get the ball. But the biggest glaring need on this team at the moment is on the offensive line. So it's like it's not going to be the sexiest pick. It's never the sexy pick when you take the offensive lineman. But sometimes those picks make the difference in and you making the playoffs, not making the playoffs, making a run at the Super Bowl. So dude, just tell me who the fuck it is right now, please. But I don't know. I'm excited to see because I don't know how I'm going to react. We'll see.
It's hard to not protect that quarterback. You got a dynamic player in Fields. You got to protect him. You can't just let him run for his life and
Absolutely
try to make plays on his feet. So you got to put guys in place to give him time to make the throws to his wide receivers. And he just got DJ Moore. So
yeah. Don't say anything.
Oh, Will Levis. No, just joking.
Yeah, right. Oh no.
Will just got traded. Will Levis.
All right, he's up at the podium now for me.
I'm just going to leave this up there.
Who is it? Darnell Wright. Okay. We took the tackle, not the tackle I thought we were going to get. It fills the need. It fills the need. All right. Okay. I'm okay.
There he is on the screen, 58.
I'm not like, okay. Like, yeah. Good job. Like it doesn't shock me that we took a tackle. I guess I'm kind of surprised we took him over Skoronski, but that must mean that Poles saw something he likes. So I'm in.
A lot of teams are grading Skoronski as a guard.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised that they went here. It's a good pick. You got to protect Fields.
You do. The athleticism is insane for Darnell Wright. I mean, he protected Hendon Hooker's blind side this year. I believe Wright also played some guard, if I'm not mistaken.
He did play both, yep.
Yeah, Brian, I was just about to ask you, didn't he play right guard or something like that with the Vols?
Yeah, he did
Scrolling through
right tackle and right guard for them.
Right tackle and right guard. Massive body, by the way. He does have athletic limitations. He's described in his scouting report as a bear hugger. Get it?
He'll fit right in. Titans pick is already in.
By the way, I will say that the Bears, although they are in the same division as the team that I root for, that is a freebie pick anyway. They traded down from the 1st to the 9th, traded the 9th to the 10th. They've already picked up 7,000 picks.
Yeah,
so it's basically a free pick.
Yeah.
So and they didn't get it terribly wrong.
Nice.
Will Levis is going to the Titans for sure.
Yeah, you would think so.
If Titans don't take Levis, then like I'm looking at the maybe the line. They got Packers, Patriots, Jets, Commanders, Steelers, Lions again, Bucks. Like, why not? Actually,
I just found out that I will not have softball tomorrow, so I might do a little night 2 thing. If anyone wants to join for a few minutes, Washington will take Levis. I disagree because if Ron Rivera is coaching for his job.
Yeah, he's gonna get a guy that plays right away.
Yeah.
I think like Joey Porter Jr. is like perfect in Washington for him.
All right, sounds good. Andy, we'll have him right back in a moment.
I think they got to see what they have in Sam Howell. He had all that potential, and then they gave him a game. He didn't do that bad. He did okay, but you got to see what you got to see what he has. He's cheap right now.
This is Skoronski. It has to be. It's either Skoronski or Levis, in my opinion. Yes, he's better than anyone in house, but that's from what's up, Tone? You're shaking your head there.
I was gonna say Levis makes the most sense for the Titans,
Yeah.
And you got to think of who Washington brought in at coordinator. I don't think they would bring him in to like have a new quarterback. I think they would bring him in to work with who's there now.
You know what I'm gonna say? Tone,
Yeah.
your GM might be a genius. You might have traded back to 12 to get Christian Gonzalez 6 spots later than what you originally wanted him at.
I would love it. And picking up a 34th pick with it. That
What's
would be
up,
great.
Yeah. Hooker is the pick here. Malik Willis sucks, and they saw it last year. Titans like Vrabel. He's not going
The
anywhere.
thing I feel bad with Willis here, I'm still going to defend him, is that he needed a year to develop, and they kind of threw him into the fire like right away. So I feel bad for him about that too. But yeah,
he played at Liberty. He didn't look great.
That's why I'm saying he needed to develop it for a year and not play or anything, and then they just threw him into a Sunday night game, and then just like it went all kind of downhill from there.
Well, and they traded away his top weapon before he even got there.
Yeah.
He's the type of guy. He's the type of guy you got to build around, not a guy you can just plug in any type of
You
system.
can't just throw him in there on a Sunday night game against the Chiefs and be like, all right, yeah, go win us a game. Like,
I just never was a big fan once I saw the end of the Syracuse game. Brian, is it a quarterback here for Tennessee or no? Muted. Brian, your mic.
By the way, I would say long
hear me
shot.
now?
What if they take a wide receiver?
Wide receiver. Interesting. Yes, Brian, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Jackson Smith. Yeah.
Yeah.
Possibility. That is a
Listen, Jacob,
possibility.
I want all the wide receivers to stay on the board as long as possible because I want Jordan Addison at 25.
Because when one wide receiver is taken, then you're going to see them
there's,
just taking pick after pick
yeah.
after pick after pick.
They fired their GM, John Robinson. Rand Carthon, Maurice Carthon's son, former Giants fullback, his son has taken over as the new GM for the Titans. Typically, a new GM likes to build from the inside out. I think they're not taking quarterback here. I think they're going to go with either Peter Skoronski or Nolan Smith. That's my opinion. They also just lost Bud Dupree.
Yeah, doesn't Tannehill have 1 year left on his contract or something like that?
They can get out of it though.
They still have Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah.
Here we go. Lucky number 11.
I feel like it was a wide receiver.
Ooh, that'd be interesting.
I know who it is. Fonz does too.
Yes.
Good
Ooh.
pick. Good pick. As I predicted in my mock. You want to protect Malik Willis, right? I mean, if you think he's the guy or want to give him a shot to be the guy, this is a safe pick by Rand Carthon. I really like it because you can't get this wrong. He's an offensive lineman. He might play guard at the next level, likely will. Rated as my top lineman in the draft. And oh my gosh, the Lions pick is in already. This is obviously Christian Gonzalez.
That is
What do we think of Pete Skoronski? Pete Skoronski's off the board.
And
You
that's a
can't-
great pickup.
First 5-star recruit in Northwestern football history. His grandfather played for Lombardi and the Packers, won 5 championships. I mean, obviously, you look at a guy. When you think about Northwestern football, you're not like, oh, yeah, fucking Northwestern. But, I mean, this kid's legit. You know, there was questions. Is he going to play tackle? Is he going to play guard? Looks like most teams, like as you said, D-Bake earlier, they have graded as a guard. He falls to 11, and good for the Titans. I think this is a kid that can come in and play right away. I know they just lost Luan. He is a tackle, but shoring up that offensive line. It's something that's super important.
He did wear 77 in college too. Like,
Oh, taking his number.
And look at who you have a running back. You got Derrick Henry. You want to get guys that can open up holes for him to run through. And say they have a bad year this year, they get Skoronski. Look at the quarterback, the top quarterback next year, Caleb Williams.
Yeah, Bobby,
Right.
I
And
don't.
Drake May probably next year too.
Yeah.
Drake May is going to be up there.
Yeah.
Potentially Bo Nix. I know we all gutted him, but he's had a nice college career resurgence entering year number 6. Bobby, my answer to that is no. I don't think they brought him in for a top 25. I think it was Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, and Quentin Johnson were the 3 receivers they brought in for top 25s. Sounds good. So after the Lions pick is in, we'll get a quick analysis from Tone and let him go.
hopefully it's Gonzalez.
Tone, you have to feel, if it is, you have to feel really good.
I feel really good, honestly.
About getting him at 12.
As long as this isn't Will Levis, I'll feel great.
Will Levis is just our doormat tonight.
Yeah, for real.
To think when you need that Stafford trade in golf.
Oh my God.
Everybody
Yeah.
thought
Oh
Thursday-
my God. Oh my God.
Well,
What?
Early 2000s are back, my friend.
What a boneheaded pick.
we are.
All right, look,
Yeah.
all right. If everyone sees it, then I'll say what I have to say about the pick.
Good player, but
I was gonna say
Jameer Gibbs
again.
I love the player.
this high.
Tom.
This
Tom, I talked about him. I am a fan of Gibbs. I like him a lot. At 12, that with other needs that the line would have on the defense, and Gonzalez is right there. That's a I mean, Gibbs can fit on any team. I think he'll be good with if this was like later in the first round, that would have been perfect. But at 12,
and they have Swift and Montgomery
that's
already.
what I'm saying too.
Yeah.
Look
Yeah,
at Walsh.
we just
I don't get this.
paid a running back. We let a running back go that had a good season. You might as well have just paid him. This is not good.
Javier tuning in.
Unless they're really scared with how Swift has always been hurt.
I
He keeps
thought
them
they
here.
were going to give Swift one more shot
Yeah.
this year. Probably not. He might be a
Be on the trade block.
I don't love Swift
Could be.
either, so I'm cool if Swift isn't around, but I'm like
Dan Campbell loves it.
They needed Christian Gonzalez was right there.
Christian, that's the thing is like if Christian Gonzalez was gone, cool, but like that's the pick. I mean,
There has to be something they know that we don't, because
I
they're
will
all
say
super
that
happy.
I will say the one thing that they did great last year was run the ball and take pressure off of Jared Goff.
yeah.
But that,
really did.
that was with Jamal Williams, who they let him go.
Yeah.
Tone, I want to turn to you here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm just hoping that they can redeem themselves and Christian Gonzalez drops to 18 at this point, because if not, this is like the absolute dumbest. So little anecdote here. This feels a lot like the 1996 draft, I believe it was. We took an outside linebacker who ended up breaking his neck 2 picks before Marvin Harrison. Then we had six or 7 picks later, we took a wide receiver 2 picks before the Ravens took Ray Lewis. So we took a linebacker and a wide receiver and missed out on 2 Hall of Famers. This feels like we're about to just jack this entire thing up. We might take Will Levis at 18 at this point.
Now watch Green Bay go.
Awesome.
Now watch Green Bay go and take Jackson Smith.
Oh, for sure.
They should,
Oh,
and
They
I
should.
will
It's
laugh.
like Rodgers will be punching air.
I know.
That would be hilarious.
But you
Tone-
should put
Tone
put up
Jordan.
Walt's comment.
Yeah, but they still have your guy, Andy, David Montgomery. So, I mean, yes, the depth is good, though. I could see, after the knee-jerk reaction, I think I can understand the pick. It's just way too high.
Yeah,
Tom, like I said in my video, Gibbs fits on every team, any scheme. I just think that the Lions needed another, like they have to go on the defense. But Gibbs is talented. I like Gibbs. I think he'll be really good in the NFL. I just
I-
think
12.
And-
Let's
and-
give Tone a chance here to give your final verdict, and then we'll let you plug your podcasting work and let you go
Definitely.
here, Tone. Thank you so much. by the way.
So yeah, thanks for having me. I don't love or hate the pick yet. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I like the player, don't like the position we took him with who's left. But time will tell. Obviously, 5 years from now, draft order doesn't really matter if he's producing. So we'll give him a chance, but Christian Gonzalez was right there. So overall, I'd say I feel lukewarm at best with this pick. But as far as podcasts go, the Man to Man Pod, I produce it every Monday, Thursday. It's hosted by NFL vets in form with Darius Butler. You can find it anywhere you get podcasts, pretty much. So,
Absolutely, Tone. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you
Yeah,
as
definitely.
always. You're the man. Have a great
I will.
night.
definitely, I'll tune in when the 18th pick comes up, so I can see how you guys feel about our
I
18th
love it.
pick.
Sounds good. We'll see
Good
you
to
in the
talk to you
comments.
again, my man.
All right, guys, I'll see you.
See you.
See you, Tone.
See you, buddy.
All right. Well, the Packers pick is in. Daniel, we'll have you stick around here for this one and then
Okay.
let you go. If you want to come back for 30 later, you can. If not, that's cool too.
Yeah, sure.
Who do we think the Packers go with here? Is it too early for Mayer? They could use a tight end. They lost Bob Tunyon.
They could.
Yeah, I think
They
it's
could.
too
They do
soon.
have, like, I was thinking Jackson Smith, but then they do have Romeo Dobbs and Christian Watson, so they could go tight end there.
because they already have their
Yeah.
two receivers. They drafted high last year, right? Because Watson
Yeah.
was second, and Romeo Dobbs.
They
was
need
what?
a cornerback too.
They have Jair Alexander, but I don't know
And
who's across from him.
Stokes, right?
Eric Stokes. I think let
So they're
him.
probably good.
That's
They're
it.
probably good there.
Stokes was the first round
Adrian,
2 years ago.
Adrian Amos as well.
Nolan Smith. They could use an edge rusher because Preston Smith is 31.
And
like
they
they
lost
lost Darius to the
Darius go, and Darius was a monster for the Vikings.
Rashawn Gary has been borderline. He can't stay on the field long enough.
Yeah, that's
Like,
actually
Yeah.
Gary too, because he's talented. Like he's talented
Yeah.
when he's on the field.
I just think it'd be
Nolan Smith.
hilarious if they took a receiver in the first round. Finally, like,
Well, yeah, they have tight end. I mean,
or tight end too. Like, yeah, that.
They let go of Mercedes Lewis, which again, I just found out he was a Packer last year. He was still playing. Mercedes Lewis still out there catching passes.
19-year
Ooh.
career.
That's impressive.
Lucas?
for a tight
Yeah.
end.
Van Ness
Really?
Ooh.
at 13.
Iowa guy going to Green Bay. That makes sense.
It's real fitting, honestly.
I will say this, that they had the report last week that Love took Dobbs, Watson, Jones, and Dillon to Florida to work out together. So maybe they feel like they got wide receiver already. Maybe they wanted to work elsewhere.
Let me tell you this about Van Ness. Dude is an athletic freak. He was off the charts at the combine. That massively improved his stock. Did I think above Nolan Smith? No. But a 4.58 40-yard, team high 7 sacks as a redshirt freshman. His teammates nicknamed him as Hercules. And solid run defender, good pass rusher, very strong. Needs to work on his hand placement and block shedding. But overall, I think this is a good pick for the Packers. It makes sense. Congratulations to Green Bay. That's really all I've got on this. Van Ness, edge rusher, got the position right, just the wrong guy. Daniel, we'll let you go here. Why don't you plug your work and where people can find that?
Yeah, I'm on Cage My IQ. Of course, I do MMA content. You can find me on Twitter at CageIQ. I also just joined the Bloodline Entertainment Network this past last week. So I do wrestling content on there, along with a new show that we do called the Debate Center, where any debate that anybody wants to have, we go on there and talk it out. Usually there's 3-4 guys. We just did one where we talked about the draft and the NBA playoffs.
Absolutely. Daniel,
Hell
thank
yeah.
you so much for your time. Make sure to check you out as always. Big supporter of ours. And congrats on Jalen Carter.
Thanks so much. And I'll probably be back for pick 30. So I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Oh yeah,
All right.
good to see you,
Sounds
D
good.
Bake.
Good
See
seeing
ya.
you too, guys. See ya.
See you later.
See ya.
And by the way, I
Bill
think
Pick
does
this-
it
oh.
again.
he has
does
the
it again.
Patriots at 14. However, is being traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So the Patriots are no longer on the clock. It's now the Steelers.
So, Walt, we'll see you in a little bit then. The Steelers
Walt
pick
Hey.
is
Gonzalez, Joey Porter Jr.
Gonzalez is still there.
Yeah.
Joey
I don't
Porter Jr. Joey Porter Jr.
Porter Jr. would be
Trade up
fucking
for
sick,
Porter.
bro.
No, I would hate it
Ford
seeing it twice a
Gonzalez.
year. I would hate seeing that twice a year. I
We
don't want to
got-
see it, but
We
What do
might
they
have
need?
to
What do the
start throwing
Steelers
him-
need?
they need a secondary. That's
They
the
need a
opposite.
corner. They need a tackle to protect Pickett.
Because they
Dan
need,
Moore's
because they
not
need
it.
someone opposite of Patrick Peterson. They let Cam Sutton go to Detroit.
But they need a tackle too. I think
I'm
right
not
here,
sure.
the
I'm not
corners,
shocked the Patriots always
They're-
trade their first round pick. I feel like they
they
always trade out.
traded back to 17.
I just don't know if you need to trade up to get Porter if you're the Steelers at this point. Christian Gonzalez is still around, so
Yeah.
I mean, anyone that you're scared of possibly taking him probably goes Gonzalez before Porter, anyways. At this point,
Yeah, but if the Steelers at 17, you could have maybe. No, the Jets don't because they have Sauce. But who's opposite of Sauce? What's his
Could
name?
they be reaching for a tackle here in Broderick Jones, who's being shown on the TV right now to protect Kenny Pickett?
I hope it's Joey Porter, Tom, because I have my top 10. Remember, when the second Joey Porter gets
I
gets
know
drafted,
you do.
I have my top 10. I'm ready. I'm ready for
They're
it.
showing why?
I know
Oh
you
no!
do.
I was like, why are they showing Will Levis highlights? No, it was
Oh.
Lucas Van Ness sacking him.
No. Honestly, I would like that as a Ravens fan. I just want the Steelers to scratch
Pick
their
is
butts.
in.
The pick is in.
Oh,
Damn.
rap! You're being
Shock.
behind these tweets.
Hello, Nick.
Hello. I was waiting for you to let me in, then I realized I could just let myself in.
Congratulations on Aaron Rodgers, but I don't want to get too far into that because the Steelers are still picking. But congratulations.
There's a good chance the Steelers screwed the Jets. I mean, the Patriots screwed the Jets, but
with
We'll see.
tackle.
no, by trading the pick.
Well, who do you think the Jets wanted?
I'm not a. I mean, who I want or who the Jets want? I mean, I think the Jets might actually want Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Ooh, I like that.
Okay. To pair with Rodgers. And the Steelers maybe give Pickett a weapon here. It could be Jordan Addison, too. I think this is too soon for him. I don't see him as the first receiver off the board, but remember, he played 2 years at Pitt with Kenny Pickett. Keep that in mind.
The Steelers, they
And-
have Al
oh.
Robinson, George Pickens. They could go another receiver there too.
Okay, I hear it.
Lightning win, Brian, by the way.
Hmm.
Tommy, thank
They
you. for that.
they were down 3-0 and they came back and won.
Yeah.
Hell
No,
yeah.
no. The Rangers are down 3-0.
Oh, okay, different. Sorry, ignore
Called it.
Hey,
Who
what
did they take? I didn't hear it.
Jordan
Broderick.
Addison.
Broderick Jones, tackle,
Oh,
Georgia.
okay.
Him and
Okay.
Van Ness, I think, have the same exact shirt on.
What do we think of this pick, gentlemen? Broderick Jones, tackle. That is the fourth offensive lineman off the board.
you needed help there at the
Yeah.
at the offensive line, the tackle spot.
I feel like
Purpose.
they were forced their card, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, Broderick Jones, we'll just switch that Johnson to Jones there.
Oh, sorry. I'm
all good. He was my fourth rated tackle. Tackles are flying off the board, guys. Did we expect this to happen? It is a premium position. It's a position of need.
I feel like it's a really deep position in this draft too.
You need two of them. I had him as my fourth, and all four are off the board.
At that point, yeah, all the tackles are being taken off the board. You don't want another team to trade up and take Jones if you had your eye on him for a while. Might have to risk a couple picks to get him.
Yeah, what all did the
Overall, I
Steelers
think
give
it's
up?
probably a good pick for a team like the Steelers because they need offensive linemen. I mean, but
Yeah,
right now
they
they
have
have
James
basically
Daniels.
rebuilt. They have a young quarterback, and they're in a very tough division. So
They are.
you can't really. They don't have much wiggle room.
No, they don't.
Andy, to answer your question, they didn't have to give up much here. They traded 14 for 17 and 120, which I'm guessing would be what, around, was that 4th or 5th round?
I think
4th,
so.
I guess. 4th.
Yeah. So the Jets are on the clock, and this pick for Broderick Jones, the Steelers now, their offensive line, you have Jones at left tackle, Sayamalu at left guard, Daniels at right guard, Mason Cole at center, and then Okafor at right tackle. So it is improved, Nick, as you were saying. You want to protect Kenny Pickett. See what you got in him. Get the best out of him. So, Nick, now, your thoughts on Aaron Rodgers, please.
Oh, I think it's. How do you think I feel? I'm ecstatic about it, like every other Jet fan is. I mean, I've wanted. I kind of knew it was going to happen. This had to have been the longest trade in the history of sports. It was a trade that took like a month to happen. I can't remember any other trade taking longer than that. But overall, I'm just. It feels like I'm living in a dream. Like Aaron Rodgers is a Jet. Imagine if a year ago you had told me, okay, a year from now, Aaron Rodgers is going to be on the Jets. It just doesn't feel real. But I mean, overnight we went from like irrelevant to Super Bowl contenders.
I don't know about Super Bowl contenders yet.
Why not?
Yeah,
You have-
because you're not a Jets fan.
No, that's not it. Because the AFC is loaded. It's a very tough division.
I'm not saying I think the Jets are probably going to win the Super Bowl. I said contenders.
I mean, you got to shore up that offensive line here, and Pittsburgh, the top 4 are off the board.
You think Pittsburgh is a? You think the Steelers are a threat to the Jets this year?
No, he's just saying Pittsburgh just
No.
took the
Yeah, I don't know how
Because
much.
I had a tackle mock to the Jets because Mekhi Becton can't stay healthy, and you got Max Mitchell and
Well, Mekhi
I don't
Becton's in
remember
a
the other
contract here now, so he's probably going to be. Apparently, he's lost a lot of weight and is in great shape right now.
but which is also why I thought the Jets could use a tackle. And in the AFC,
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much faith I have in the draft in draft picks in drafting tackles. I don't know how good this guy's going to be, and I don't know what the Jets thought. But I think they might want to get another receiver. If they can't get a tackle, I say get Jackson Smith and Jigba.
I could see it. Still 0 receivers off the board, by the way.
I also don't think the only way you can get an offensive tackle is through the draft. I don't know. I'm not saying any of these offensive linemen. I'm not saying I think they're going to be bad. I'm just saying like I'm not sold on them.
Well, no, you can't take one now, but the problem is you want to tackle on a cost control deal for 4 years, potential 5th-year option. In free agency, you typically get stuck overpaying for tackles, which is why I think it's important to draft them so that you don't have to pay them as often. You understand what I'm saying? At least that's my take
what you're
on
saying, but it also just depends on how good they are. If they're not good, then I mean, they could be for free, and I still wouldn't want that.
Right, but I mean, let's look at Patrick Mahomes, right? Offensive line is great. I know they lost Orlando Brown, but they drafted well. They drafted Creed Humphrey, a couple of years ago. That really shored things up. You look at other teams like the Giants drafted Andrew Thomas and Evan Neal, bookend tackles.
You're right.
You look at teams like Tristan Wirfs for Tampa Bay.
The Giants also
That
drafted
really
Eric
helped Tom
Flowers,
Brady.
so I don't know. It could go either way.
Eric Flowers. Jesus,
But-
turnstile.
I don't think you understand the point that I'm making here about tackles, Nick.
No.
They're
I
premium
agree with what
position.
you're saying. I don't disagree with you at all. You're right. You're right. Like building tackles through the draft absolutely is not. I'm not saying that's a bad idea.
Here
That
you
is a
don't.
good-
Here at this point, you don't take one because it's a reach, and the
Yeah.
best one out there is Anton Harrison, which I don't think would be a good idea. So I do agree with you here. Receiver is a better option than tackle at this point.
And the Jets really want to get a good receiving core. And I agree. Like every quarterback needs to have a somewhat decent offensive line. Although to be completely honest, in the NFL these days, most teams don't really have good offensive lines anymore. It's probably why I think that defensive lines have gotten bigger and faster, and offensive lines haven't really kept up with it. It's why you hear about almost half the league having a really weak offensive line. I mean, sometimes it's just a reality that teams have to live with. I mean, obviously you want a stronger offensive line, but it's very difficult to have a good offensive line in the NFL now.
And Smith-Njigba had his last college season when? Last year when he was teammates with Garrett Wilson. And where is Garrett Wilson? On the Jets.
The Jets. Yeah, we could be like the New York, Ohio State, the New Jersey, Ohio State campus.
New Jersey Buckeyes, baby.
Love it.
I'm trying to hear it because I don't have it on in this room.
What about Will Levis? That is obviously a joke. That is a joke, just so you know.
I know. I'm not saying the Jets should draft Will Levis. Although I will say he looks like he could be a bodybuilder. He looks great.
He's too shredded to be good. Your thoughts, Nick?
Honestly, I think there might be some truth to that. I think quarterbacks have to be like so obsessed with football. I think that if a quarterback spends too much time in the weight room, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Something to think about. Pick is in for the Jets.
Yeah.
Pick is in.
I think it's Smith-Njigba. It's either him or it could be. I don't want to say Nolan Smith. They got Jermaine Johnson last year.
They had 3 first-round picks: Sauce, Garrett, and Jermaine Johnson.
Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson. They owned the first round last year.
And the second round, they got pretty small too.
Washington is next. Oh, Brian, your Bucks are at 19. How about Will Levis there?
Please, God, no.
Uh,
Let's keep him tumbling here, boys. Let's keep him tumbling.
Fonz, who do you think the pick is?
I haven't seen anything yet on here for the Jets. I haven't seen it yet, so I have no. You go Smith-Njigba. I could definitely think you go wide. You can go wide receiver here. Again, how about follow what the Packers should have done with Rodgers all these years and get a wide receiver in the first round?
I have a feeling it's not going to be Njigba.
It could be Quinn.
They always mess up these picks.
They always mess it up.
Nick wanted Kayvon Thibodeau last year, but you got Sauce instead, who won Defensive Rookie of the Year. So it was worked out.
Hey, look, I can be wrong. I'm not incapable of being wrong. I'm wrong a lot.
Jermaine Johnson's not that. I don't think he's that bad. He's not bad too. Garrett Wilson. I mean,
look at this kid with the green tie. Make a wish.
Make a wish.
Guy with the EVT jersey. Oh, I'm a little behind.
I won't say anything, and nobody else will, for the sake of you being a Jets fan, and for that sake only. Kyle Stickles.
I thought that was a pick. I'm like, who?
Good for him, dude.
Yeah.
I'm joined by Kyle Stickles.
Joined by Kyle Stickles.
Not gonna lie, I think that green tie looks terrible. I don't like.
Well, you should have styled him. You should have told him to wear something different.
Of his favorite team, the New York Jets.
Oh, God bless him.
I'd like all of you to join me.
Whoever has that, mute so Nick doesn't hear it.
That's mine.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah.
Mute yourself so you don't hear it.
I'd also like to thank the NFL, the New York Jets, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Northeastern New York for giving me this opportunity tonight. Yeah!
Good for you.
With the 15th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets Select Will McDonald, linebacker, Iowa State.
Who? What? What?
Will McDonald
What are we doing
IV. All right. You know what? I think it's really obnoxious to have Roman numerals in your name. All right. I got to do the math in my head. Have like a regular number, right? So obnoxious.
I love that take. I love that.
That
Okay,
was
so
awesome.
they drafted a
That
line.
was awesome.
Tom,
They
you gotta
drafted a
read
Big 12 linebacker.
You gotta clip that, Tom. You gotta. You need to download this after and clip that because that was
Moment of
Oh,
the
I
draft
know.
so far. Moment of the
like,
draft so
at the
far.
2 hour mark, or like at the 2 hour mark.
Who is this guy? I've never heard of him.
I'll be honest, I never.
Did
heard of
anybody
that.
have him anywhere?
Did I have him on
So
here?
he is my. I think, no,
Did I
he's
have
not
him
on
on-
my top 5.
I don't think he's on mine either.
Wait, have you guys heard of him? I've never heard of this
Yes,
guy.
I have, but I thought he would go like 30 or
Me too.
later.
But did you only hear of him when you started preparing for the draft, or did you know who
Yes.
he was in the season?
Yes, I knew preparing for the draft. I heard the name. Yes, it pops up here and there.
Because I didn't do as much draft prep.
I think
But through watching college football, I don't remember him.
if we ended the show right now, it would be a success. Based off that statement.
Tom, we can't end it yet. I gotta still do my top 10.
The
This
Washington
reminds me a little. This reminds me a little bit of in 2014 when I was waiting for the Jets first round pick, and they announced Calvin Pryor.
thought
It's a
Pryor-
little bit similar.
I thought Pryor was gonna be good too.
He was
Will
terrible.
McDonald. I'll be honest, Nick.
Bill Burger
um,
King.
And I'm not saying this because I'm a Giants fan. I did not have too much information prepared on this guy for the first round. But I will say he had a really good year with Iowa State. I believe the Giants brought him in for a top 30 visit. So I wouldn't dog the pick too much. I think he's a guy that can really get flashes, play well opposite of Jermaine Johnson. And when you play elite quarterbacks in the AFC, like the Jets have to, you have the Joe Burrows, the Justin Herberts, the Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen twice a year. You need edge rushers that are going to get to the quarterback, right? And why not have him play against Jermaine Johnson?
Yeah,
Solid
it
duo.
depends on whether or not he's going to be good. I don't know.
Well, he has
Yeah,
Roman
I
numerals
got-
in the
I
back.
got-
I mean,
nothing on
it's
this
so
guy
difficult to predict how good these, some of these players are going to be. I mean, unless you're talking about some players like some top picks, it's very hard to predict. Like some linebacker from Iowa State. Like I'm not saying he's bad. I'm just saying like I've never heard of him, so I was just underwhelmed by that. If the
Oh.
pick felt almost anticlimactic in a sense.
Would you like to feel a little better about this pick? This is Iowa State's first round pick in over 50 years.
To be fair, as a gambler, I do feel here's the thing. In one sense, I feel bad about it because the Big 12 is known for having terrible defenses. That being said, he was a part of a really great defensive team.
Let's put this into perspective. This past season, he had 5 sacks. 2021, I think you're going to like this, Nick. 11 and a half sacks, 5 forced fumbles.
Okay.
2020, 10 and a half sacks, 2 forced fumbles. 2019, 6 sacks and a forced fumble. He
So
played
those are
5
good
years
stats.
at Iowa State.
Now, my
They are good
question is,
stats.
those are good stats. My question is, what teams were those against?
I mean,
mean, it's-
Oklahoma and Texas are
he-
still there.
Texas Tech, he had a sack.
But still, either way, those are still good numbers.
He had
even if he
2
doesn't
against
have
Kansas
stats.
State. He had 2 against Kansas State this year.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
That was a good team this year.
He had 2.5 against Texas last year. He had 2 against Kansas State in 2021.
Okay,
He had
that's
one.
not bad.
He had 1.5 on Spencer Petras at Iowa.
1.5. That's the most bizarre stat. A half a sack.
Yeah, it's a team effort. You got to split.
Well,
the
I
credit.
mean, yeah.
Nick, I would like for you to stay through the Patriots pick, if that's okay.
fine. I'll stay as
Okay.
long as you need me to.
Oh, absolutely. Andy just took another quick break, but
Probably get
leave it
another
to
Bush
Nick for the
Light.
comment of the night. Huh? I'm getting a couple texts about you, Nick, on the side. Love to see it. All right. So the Washington Commanders are on the clock. Where do we think they're going here? This is a team that could use line help. There's not too many tackles available. Christian Gonzalez is falling. He's still there.
Gonzalez, Joey Porter Jr., they can do secondary help. Ron Rivera probably wants a guy to help win now. Because, again, if you look at all the coach I think of this season, he's the most on the hot seat, I think. I think if you make a bet, he'd be the first one fired during the season.
There won't be quarterback here.
Make a do a player that can make an impact start from day one. You got a guy like Gonzalez or Joey Porter Jr. Porter Jr. I like very physical corner, would fit perfectly with the Commanders. Gonzalez is also very good too, fast corner. One of the two. That's my prediction.
I think so too. I think they probably go with the corner, but I don't know. Christian Gonzalez, he was projected to be in the first, to be in like a top 10 pick initially.
I got the pick from Rap, and I'll fill out the banner, and I'll let you guys know. You guys just keep making your predictions.
Another
the pick is in?
curveball. Emmanuel Forbes, corner out of Mississippi State, had 6 pick sixes in his career with the Bulldogs. That is an FBS record. 6 pick sixes, not 6 interceptions. 6 pick sixes.
Yeah,
That is
you can't argue those numbers.
That is unheard of, guys. I have a lot of stats on this guy. I like him a lot. He was actually my 5th ranked cornerback in this class. He's 6'1", had 5 picks this past season, tied 3rd in the FBS with 6 passes defended.
He's very light. He's 166 pounds.
He is.
He's lighter than me.
2nd team All SEC. He had 6 picks in 2022, 5 in 2020. 22 years old, ran a 4.35 40-yard dash, has long arms, talent for taking the ball away, highly capable in all forms of coverage, operates best out of press man. That's what Washington needs. I mean, they lost William Jackson.
Yeah, it's a good pick. They had to go corner. I don't know where I had
Brian
Tom.
Branch,
Tom, if you have the graphic, I'm not sure. I don't know if I had him in my top 5, maybe just outside too. He's a very good corner. It's like I think he was like right outside. At the number, I think I probably had like just at 6 or just outside. Good, very good corner. I mean, they needed help at that. They filled the need. It's a guy that makes 6 pick sixes. You don't see that a lot, so he has a good when he gets.
How many years did he play?
3.
So that's 2 per year.
He might have redshirted. He is 5 on my list. 2, 3, and 4 still have not gone.
Do the Patriots somehow get Christian Gonzalez at 17?
I don't see why not.
I think either him or Nolan Smith.
I'll go pass rusher too.
Yeah, he's only
This is going
3
quick.
seasons worth of stats. So
Just who are the Patriots wide receivers right now outside of Juju and Kendrick Bourne?
Jacoby Myers.
Jacoby Meyer. Could they go? Is receiver an option?
I know who it is. I'm writing it down right now.
Oh, you
They
have it?
just
I didn't
announced
even
Christian Gonzalez, defensive back for
Nope.
They somehow did it. The Patriots somehow. Oh, they did it.
Good pick, Bill. Good pick.
Tom, I'm writing all these things down. My God, they're rapid fire now. I love the
Dude,
draft.
if you're a Giants fan, you're salivating right now looking at all the receivers still on the board.
Has a receiver been taken?
No.
Not one. Wow.
Well, too, at 22, the Ravens. If this keeps going the way it is, the Ravens have a good picking of players.
Who do the Lions take here? They're back on. Damn, that's crazy. Christian Gonzalez. This is a guy that I happen to really like a lot. Good length, tall corner at almost 6'2". He measures at 6'1.5" officially. Really smart guy. Nose for the ball. Joey Porter Jr. still available. That's crazy.
He would he would fit really well in Detroit.
Yeah, he
That
would.
that would be a very, very good Dan Campbell pick.
Yeah, it would
And
be.
Aaron Glenn, which again, Tom, another makes you feel old. That's a future list. Coaches that make me feel old that I watched playing growing up. Aaron
Gonzalez
Glenn.
had 4 picks this year. Fun fact. He's only a redshirt sophomore, 32-inch arms, blazing top-end speed, just 20 years old. They say his technique can get away from him sometimes, which is maybe part of the reason why he fell this far. People had him billed as a top 10 pick, so I'm a little surprised he fell to number 17.
Young corner lot to develop, and what a better way to develop than go to the goddamn Patriots. I don't know how they did it again. They did it again.
In 2020, he played with Colorado. He was with the Buffaloes for 1 season before transferring to Oregon.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm happy for him. He's off the board. Fonz, I think you had him as number 2.
I think he was my number. I had Gonzalez at 1. I had Porter at 2, and Witherspoon 2, Porter Jr. 3. That was my top 3 for sure. What was the order? If you don't mind pulling it up. I think I had Gonzalez 1. Yeah, okay, that's what it was. Yeah.
So he's off.
Okay. Yeah. So Gonzalez, I thought he would be the first one taken.
Yeah.
You know, Witherspoon and Joey Porter Jr. are also good in their own right too. Porter Jr. I think is now the best available corner. Detroit.
He definitely is. Interested to see what the Lions do again here. They took Jahmyr Gibbs, 12th overall. They could go back and take Joey Porter Jr.
I think they could make up for it. I mean, if this was reversed and Porter Jr. was 12 and Gibbs was 18, I wouldn't have a problem with it. You know what I mean? I mean, taking the running back. I think, like I said, if you take a running back in the first round, it's either one of two things. It's one, you don't have a need for any other positions, or two, you have more than one first round pick and you can take a gamble on it.
Yeah.
You know, like the Raiders did a few years ago with Josh Jacobs. You know, or
Andy, are you ready backstage? Good to go. Hello.
I think he muted his mic.
Yeah, he is muted.
No, family got home, dog was barking, and I had to crush a couple pieces of pizza so I could keep going. And yes, Nick, I had to go get another latte.
You see, I told you another Busch Light.
Couple interesting picks here. I had Witherspoon as my number 1 cornerback. Obviously, I'm biased on that. I had Gonzalez 2. Then I do believe I had Forbes was like 6 or 7 for me.
That's
honestly,
why I had
he wasn't even in my top 5.
He was 5.
So pretty interesting there.
Yeah. Forbes was the second corner off the board.
Yeah, it's wild.
Brian, your Bucks are on deck. The Lions pick is in. Detroit could use defensive help. This pick has to be defense. That's probably why they traded back to 12, knowing that these corners would fall a little bit further. Joey Porter Jr. could fall into their lap, potentially.
Pick is in.
I don't know. We'll have to see. Will Levis is still there. He's still there.
Fall.
They
Hendon
keep
Hooker
him.
still available.
Imagine Hooker goes before Levis.
Who's still in the draft?
I actually feel kind of bad.
Or who's in the green room still outside of Will Levis? Some of the wide receivers, right? And
Addison's back there, yeah.
All the wide receivers, which is cool.
All
So
the
not
wide
a single,
receivers are back.
so
There's
not a
one
single
that's
receiver has been taken, right? More running backs have been taken over.
Yeah, two running backs, no receivers.
This is crazy.
This
Wild.
really is 2003 here tonight. We're reliving.
That's
Turn
the
back
best years.
time.
This is the best years, Tom. The 2000s football.
Yeah. We have a comment coming in from Garth Michael Patrick. Wide receivers and tight ends falling to the Chargers. Garth, you may have your choice of 4, potentially 5 wide receivers at number 20.
And then Garth, whatever one you don't take, we're going to take right after at 22.
Maybe
Yeah, whatever
Jackson
you-
Smith and Jigba is going to be a Charger.
That'd be cool.
I think once the Chargers come up, we're going to see a run on wide receivers.
Yeah, because
If the first one,
That's how it goes. Once the first one gets off the board, everybody starts freaking the fuck out.
Look what, like Garrett Wilson. Then what happened? Olave, and then there's a bunch that just kept going down and down all the receivers.
So what's crazy is Zay Flowers has been tabbed as the number 2 wide receiver by a lot of experts. Right now, he's the 3rd best player available, according to Mel Kiper. That's a very underrated player out of Boston College. I don't expect him to be there at 25.
Zay Flowers is really good. This receiver class is not too shabby, I'll say.
You see this analytics here by ESPN. I'm not a huge analytics guy, but 1.8% chance Levis would be available at pick 18.
Well, I mean, anyone that was
What's that
listening to
based
that guy on Reddit,
What was
said
that
he was
based
going to go
on?
number 1.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm looking now,
Did they
like
really think it through? Like,
I'm looking at if the draft order stayed the way it is, what other
Pretty
teams?
empty.
I mean,
but
Tampa-
but you know the draft order is not going to stay the same 1 through 18.
I'm
There's
just
no
saying just
trade.
right now, like the Tampa, maybe Seattle, maybe, and then no.
Yeah.
Like there's essentially a 0% chance of that even happening.
Chargers, no. Ravens, no. Vikings, maybe. Jaguars, no. Giants, say Tom, maybe. No, I'm just kidding. Cowboys,
Who?
Bills.
No.
I said Giants, maybe.
I know. Man,
I don't think the
New-
Lions are going to take Levis.
I think Porter Jr. is right there for the taking for him.
I don't know if the Eagles at 9 or the Patriots at 17
They're showing him.
have the best value pick of the night right now. I'd say Carter at 9, probably.
What the best value?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Carter.
And
It's a Tom
just
Brady.
so
I didn't think Carter would be available at 9.
that's me complimenting the Eagles. I am not biased, Andy Hopper.
No, I got the tweet for the Lions pick, and I will be filling it out. Interesting.
Good pick. The best linebacker in this draft, hands down.
If they needed help at the linebacker spot.
Detroit's defense just got a lot better. You throw him in there with Malcolm Rodriguez
That's a
out
good.
of Kentucky.
These Iowa boys are real getting
Two
know.
Hawkeyes in the top 20.
And a
Tell me.
cyclone. And a cyclone.
Yeah.
This is why Iowa was ranked number 2 for 1 week 2 years ago because of their defense. Because of their defense. All right, where did I have Jack Campbell on my linebacker board?
I think I had him
number
number
1.
2.
I had him at number 1. We'll go to Andy's next.
I think I had him. I don't remember.
That's a good pick, I'd have to say. That's a good pick.
It's definitely good for the Lions. They need help with the linebacker spot.
I'll break it down in a minute. No, Andy, you had him at number 2.
Yep.
Alfonso.
Thomas.
You had him at.
I think 1 or 2, right?
I think you had him at 1.
I'm pretty sure I had him at 1.
Brian.
No, you had him at 2.
What I put? Oh yeah, it was one. It was between those two. Yeah, it was hard.
Yeah. But I mean, let's talk about Jack Campbell for a second.
Tackle machine.
Yeah, he is a tackle machine. He led the FBS in tackles in 2021. 6'5", 250 senior. Ran a 4.65 40-yard dash for a 250-pounder. That's impressive. The shortened COVID season 2020, played in 5 games. Had 29 tackles. 2021, as I mentioned, led the FBS with 140 tackles, 2 picks, 6 passes defended. This past year, he was Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year, playing 804 snaps, winning the Dick Butkus Award as the nation's top linebacker. Built well for box plays and really good physicality. Has a good nose for the ball, who can neutralize those lead blockers. Ran a 6.74 3-cone drill and a 4.24 20-yard shuttle that was first among all linebackers and edge rushers, ladies and gentlemen. The only weakness of this guy, he might have some playmaking limitations. That is Jack Campbell.
Buccaneers pick is in.
That was.
Why couldn't the Jets take this guy?
Fonz, you are a former linebacker.
I love this. No, yes, and I love that. That was perfect. That was perfect, Tom. That's why you're the draft expert. and I'm just here making the soundboard and everything too. Which
You are.
Is
you are
this
all-
Levis?
Brian?
No,
there's no way.
I don't think it is. It wouldn't make any sense. I'm sticking
Garth.
with my pre-show pick. I would take Hendon Hooker here if we were going QB, but I don't think they will. Tight end position is
Jack Lambert.
really.
They're
empty right
showing
now.
him. He just raised his eyebrows at somebody.
Andy, don't put this bad juju on me right now.
I'm not trying.
All right.
Obviously, Kyle Trask is the
Pick
future.
is in.
I'm hoping for either Nolan Smith or
I think it's going to be a quarterback.
Michael Mayer. I'll throw Tommy a bone here.
It's going to be a quarterback.
I disagree, Nick. It's too many reps to share between Baker, Trask.
Huh.
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Okay. Do we all know who it is at this point?
I don't. Don't tell me.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Elijah Cansey, defensive end, Pittsburgh.
Next, Aaron Donald.
No, I was wrong.
DT out of Pittsburgh, Brian McCardle, 6'1", 280, redshirt junior, 7 sacks in each of the last 2 seasons, won ACC Defensive Player of the Year. In 2 years as a full-time starter, this Bull had 27.5 tackles for loss. And here's the reason why Elijah Cansey went in the first round at 19 overall. He ran the fastest 40-yard dash for a defensive tackle since 2003, 4.67. 4.67 for a defensive tackle. He's quick, but he lacks size. Hit or miss defender due to lack of mass, but he is a nightmare for interior offensive linemen as a pass rusher. I could tell Brian is pulling up his notes on Elijah Cansey right now. Brian, I'm turning to you here. You still have Vita Vea. Good depth piece?
I mean, I think we just needed more. I mean, that seems to be the story of the night. People or teams are just reaching when they could get more elsewhere. I did like this guy during the season at Pitt, but that is, of course, the college football season. I think he's just a little too small. Not that every guy needs to be as mammoth size as Vita Vea, but
He's 6'1", 281. He's not that small.
Yeah, but
For a
For a
DT,
defensive end, that's not that small.
if you're playing the 1 tech or the 0 tech, it's a little bit undersized.
I mean, it's
Not
undersized.
terrible.
It's undersized for a 3-4
Yes.
defensive end. A little bit.
4-3, not so much.
I just wanna
4-3.
say-
It's not. It's not
Well,
undersized at all. That's pretty
Tom,
common.
I'm just saying, Tom, Aaron Donald, 6'1", 280. Where'd he go? Pittsburgh. You're welcome.
That's right.
Just saying. That's
you're
what out there.
welcome.
You know,
Nick, I want to throw the floor to you here. Going to let you go in just a minute. Any thoughts so far? Still no receivers off the board. Do you like where the Jets are at?
Sure. I mean, I'll see though. I'll have to see. I'll have to see for the. I wanted them to get it in Jigba. I guess he wasn't valued that much. I'm really just surprised. Forget the Jets. I'm really just surprised no receivers are off the board yet.
this
That's
is really
just-
surprising.
That's good news for the teams coming up. But Nick, where can people find your show, Out of Line?
on review and preview out of line on YouTube and Facebook, Facebook Live, and on you can follow me on Instagram at out of hold on, what's my at? I forgot my at.
Hell of a promo.
Nobody knows their at by heart. Don't give me shit for that. Okay,
I know mine.
Yeah.
okay. _of_line, and the O in of is a 0.
Love that.
Awesome. Nick, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Good to see you,
Appreciate
Nick.
you. All right. And I will talk to you soon.
All right.
Take it easy,
I'll
buddy.
move myself. See ya.
Thanks, Nick. It was Nick DiMartino from New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Tricks and poops.
Here comes the Chargers fan, Garth.
What's up,
Garth
guys?
Vader. Got it. How's it going?
Party on, Garth.
Really excited. Good night for me on my end, guys. Obviously, Tampa Bay Lightning won, and now both of the guys that I wanted, and neither one of whom I expected to even be available, honestly, are both still available for my Chargers.
You gotta
We
love
have
that.
we have a lot of receivers on the board for you. Do you like Mayer still, or do you want a guy like a Zay Flowers or a Smith and Jigba?
I'm really torn between Smith and Jigma or Mayer. I will say, from a Chargers front office perspective, I think Mayer is a little bit more likely because they're really sold on the tandem of Keenan Allen and Mike Williams still, and they're very, very high on Joshua Palmer still kind of progressing and transitioning to the NFL each year. He's been a little bit better. So I think tight end might be a little bit more likely out of the Chargers.
You let Gerald Everett go.
We also re-signed Jalen Guyton too, who kind of brings the speed aspect to the wide receiver room.
Right. And what does Seattle do here at 20? They went with who'd they go with before? Witherspoon?
Yeah, at 5.
Yeah.
Did they take Levis here? Were we gonna say that every pick?
After when it's serious or not.
Oh my
after Seattle, I know Nick said that you can't guarantee this or to say the same, but if it does, if Seattle doesn't take him, where's he gonna go? Not the Chargers, not Ravens, maybe actually Vikings, Jaguars, no, Giants, no, Cowboys, no, Bills, no. So this is probably the last chance we could see Levis potentially getting taken, unless
the pressure is on.
But does a team
unless somebody trades up?
But does a team trade back into the first round for Levis if they can just maybe wait until the second round to like the Lions at 34?
I guess nobody
maybe
likes
the Rams. Maybe the Rams at 36.
Yeah.
So
he could fall. Wasn't Malik in the green room last year as well?
Yes.
Might happen. I mean, Seattle could use a guy in a year or two.
That's what I'm saying. Like I said it earlier on the show. They're only committed to Geno Smith for another year. They're only committed to Drew Lock for another year. Like, why not take a flyer on a guy at 20 that was projected to go potentially in the top 10?
And then maybe they'll like him in the first round because the first rounders get the extra year in their rookie contract.
My thing is this: Pete Carroll's getting older, though. I don't think that they go with Levis. They don't want to restart just yet, even though I think they should. I don't think they're going to after.
They could easily do it in a pick 37. They can wait for a quarterback at 37.
Yeah.
If a hooker drops there,
you could argue that Hooker would still be there.
How about Joey Porter here, Jr.? That is.
Dude, if they do that, bringing back the Legion of Boom confirmed.
Next to they just drafted Witherspoon. Duh.
Yeah, they have, and they also had 2 last year, and Kobe Bryant and
Tariq Woolen.
Pro Bowler. Tom,
never mind.
So
I like where your head's at, though. Just draft all the
Joey Porter, that would be ridiculous. I mean, teams run like 4 wide receiver sets now. Might as well just do 4 corners.
Is it too soon for Brian Breesy out of Clemson?
He was projected in this range, early 20s.
I like him, but I know he got hurt. He was dealing with a lot of issues. His sister passed away from brain cancer. He had a lot of off the field stuff. You feel for the guy. Seattle's in an interesting spot.
I know they have DK Metcalf and Lockett, but would they go Jackson Smith-Njigba or is they a receiver? Could they? Are they missing another receiver? Am I missing a receiver that they have? I just know Lockett and Metcalf is like the 1 and 2.
They had Chris Godwin last year, I thought. Or not
Brian's
Chris, Goodwin, Marquise Goodwin, right? Was he there?
He was there. He was there.
He's still playing?
Fonz were getting old.
Tom, wait till Porter gets drafted. I got my list.
I was going to say the average age of the draft is like 21. The average age of this staff is like 27, 28.
Yeah, right?
Gross.
So just to preview quickly up here. We have Garth on now. We'll have Caitlin McCarthy coming up for the Ravens in just a little bit. Gabe Flayton will be joining us for the Vikings. Caitlin Brower will be joining us for the Giants. And yeah, we're supposed to have Walt join us for the Pats, but
we don't need him.
we
We don't need Walt.
Oh,
So let's see who Seattle picks.
I don't want Walt
This
on.
will finally break the juice here. Belichick did good tonight. I'll say that. He traded back to get Christian Gonzalez.
Top 10 talent. He does
That's
it
pretty
every
good.
single year.
Billy.
Let's see what happens.
I got a
I
gut
love-
feeling they're going offensive or defensive line here.
Dude, Fonz, I think you brought up a really good point. Like, if it's
Nolan
not
Smith.
if it's not Levis here, where the hell is he going to go in the first
Yeah,
round?
Because
I
team's
think
not going to,
it's-
unless a team trades up. I mean, what happened, Tom? What happened a couple years ago at pick 32? What did the Ravens do? Trade up at 32 to get Lamar Jackson. So, hey, we've seen stranger things have happened. Just want to throw it out there. Again,
Nolan
it's my
Smith.
knowledge.
Oh, okay. Fonz was right.
I you know what?
Wow.
I did not think he'd be I knew he'd be the first, but I'm saying like at pick 20 to the Seahawks.
Who did you have? Let's take a look at the graphic.
I
Now
think
I'm
I had
intrigued.
Jackson. I'm pretty sure I had Jackson Smith. Unless Quinn, no, maybe Quinn John. I was so tough on those two. I didn't know which. That was hard. I think honestly, I think I might have did a coin flip for 1 and 2 because like they're both like.
Yeah, I said earlier the only reason I had Smith and Jigba behind Johnson was because of the injury history and the concerns with that.
Tom,
But
you
You
pulled
did,
up.
Fonz. You did.
What? Yeah, it was so hard though. I was like, oh, but Quinn Johnson's good too. I can put him at
Oh, yeah.
1. We can make
Yeah. One of
What a
those
pick!
two.
I love the pick for the Seattle. Actually, give Geno Smith
So
another
Garth-
weapon. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Garth, what do you think of this pick? Jackson
Yeah.
Smith and Jigba.
It kind of makes my life a little bit easier because now I'm pretty much fully sold on Mayer here. Would not be upset if we took a wide receiver by any means because I still like guys like Quentin Johnston. But I think we got to go Mayer here because I think the tight end room, especially in terms of pure receiver and a guy that Justin Herbert can kind of have as that safety valve just to throw the ball out when things are tough or not going his way. I think we need to get Mayer in here.
Yeah.
So you prefer Mayer over Kincaid as far as like a pass catcher?
I like
standpoint?
both, honestly. I would be happy with either one. I got to watch a lot of Kincaid. Obviously, he came here to Gainesville, saw him in person.
Yeah.
He's a stud. I would be happy with him as well.
I like Mayer over Kincaid. Andy knows why. But yeah, Smith and Jigba, 21 years old, 1,600 receiving yards just a year ago, 2021, 9 touchdowns in 13 games. Route running is his best trait. I mean, playing with Lockett and DK, possession receiver, labeled as a slot guy, so it actually kind of fits what Seattle needs. He can make the contested catches. He ran his 40-yard at the pro day, not the combine, went 4.48. I mean, look at Seattle's watch party. They're loving this.
It's a good.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Another
good.
point worth making,
Corner
guys, is
receiver.
the fact that the
Corner
Chargers
receiver.
still could get somebody good in the second at wide receiver. At least how things are looking right now, as the wide receivers are kind of
Oh,
falling.
for sure.
Let's bring up our next guest, Caitlin McCarthy of the Ravens. 'Cause I want to ask her and you funds a question about Lamar Jackson. Hello, Caitlin. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us. Chargers are on the clock. Who do you hope they take here to free up for Baltimore? And how are you feeling about the Lamar Jackson news prior to the draft? So loaded question. Apologies for that, but talk to us here. It's fun. I know there's a lot of opinions on that as well.
Well, I definitely am very happy that the Lamar situation was sorted out before the draft because obviously there's speculation that Ravens could trade up, get a guy like Andy Richardson or other guys in the draft. And I just felt like deep down, I knew that they would figure something out, especially because I didn't feel another team was going to pay Lamar what he wanted and then give up 2 first-round picks. Was I think like just the biggest thing of it all. And I think Lamar wanted to be in Baltimore. I also don't think OBJ was going to go and sign if the Ravens didn't have a quarterback. So I really just felt like it was going to get worked out. Didn't think at 4:00 today or around that time was going to be when it was, but it was definitely exciting as a fan, and all that stress is gone. Going into the 22nd pick, honestly, anyone that I pretty much thought would be around is still around. Obviously, depending who the Chargers pick, Zay Flowers still on the board, Joey Porter Jr. I obviously think the Ravens are going to go receiver or corner. I don't know which one I'd want more, because with the corners, like, we have Marcus Peters. I don't really know what's happening with that, but also, like, it'd be nice to just, get, he's coming of age, he's getting older. Marlon's already 6 years in the league. It's just going to be nice to get that backup support for when it is time for the next corner to step up. And then just for the receivers, the Ravens don't really draft great receivers in the first round. We've had Rashad Perriman, Hollywood Brown obviously didn't work out as much as we wanted it to for that many years. So I think it'd just be interesting who they pick, but I think these are going to be receiver or corner.
Interesting analysis. I do agree with that. Fonz, you just made a knee-jerk reaction there. Can you explain yourself?
Because you mentioned Rashad Perriman, that gives me nightmares. Nightmares about, Hollywood Brown, kinda. Rashad Bateman, I'm starting to. Mark Clayton, if we're going to go early on. But they just can't. They can't draft receivers. Tom, I was so hyped when they got Bateman, and I'm starting to hate him because this dude can't freaking stay healthy. I would personally, if he's there, I would want to go Joey Porter at the corner spot. Marlon Humphrey is not getting up there, but he will be soon. Marcus Peters, I mean, I wouldn't shock me if he gets released. Coming off the ACL was okay, but he's getting up there in age. We need kind of some young talent in that corner spot too, especially when you get a bunch of receiver talent when you're playing against the Bengals, Browns, Steelers twice a year. We need to help with that corner spot. And I think Joey Porter Jr. would be like a perfect. Tom, been talking about him since like the top 10. If he lands in the Ravens, that's a perfect spot. That's perfect.
Hopefully Baltimore doesn't trade back, because they did that twice last year, I believe. That was a fun time. Fonz, you came on the show in an undershirt, if you remember that, half asleep.
Yeah, I'm still up, and I just saw what the Chargers. Yeah, I was like, I remember. I was like, they traded up. Here we go. We're back. Listen,
all right.
I don't even know.
Here we go.
The Chargers made a selection, by the way, too, and I just saw it. So this confirms what I think they should do. Just saying, I don't want to spoil it for anybody.
I saw it.
My TV's behind.
I just saw it as well. I really like this pick. I mean,
Caitlin, have you seen it yet?
No, I have.
Okay, Garth, analyze. What do you think, man? I'm happy for it.
Really good pickup by us. This probably was my second favorite wide receiver in the class, just slightly behind Jackson Smith and Jigba. The only thing is, I do kind of wish we still went Mayer, but I'm not upset by any means, guys. Give Justin Herbert all the weapons in the world, because he definitely needed it. There were some really rough stretches last season when guys like Mike Williams and Keenan Allen went down with injury.
Yeah,
that's what it is. Once Williams and Allen were out, he needed help with the receiver spot too, and John's definitely helped.
It was hideous. Johnston's 6'4" too. He's a big dude. I like him.
We've also had very good luck with drafting players out of TCU. You guys should remember one guy specifically that the Chargers took out of TCU.
The running back, right? The running back, from running back guy, right? Yeah, he was all right. He was okay. Okay.
Yeah, he ran a 4.49 40-yard at the TCU Pro Day. Just one catch for 3 yards in the national title game, though. So we'll see. Good separation.
For the season. Like, what kind of tape was that? How do you watch a tape for one catch for the season?
Yeah. Very physical receiver. Shout out Chargers. 2 receivers off the board now.
Yeah, but this is what we talked about. One receiver goes, and then now you're going to see them getting drafted.
Yeah.
Takes the one team.
Ravens are on the clock. I apologize to you both for whiffing that. So Quentin Johnston is off. Let's bring up our next guest. We're very familiar with him. He is still a contributor of the brand here at Review and Preview. From Cornwall, New York, Gabe Flayton. Gabe,
There he is.
great to see
Been
you.
a
What's
while.
up, guys?
What's
How are we
up,
all doing
Gabe?
tonight?
It's good to see you, buddy.
You too. Thanks for having me on. It's nice to be back. Nice to talk about the Vikings again. It's been a while since I've thought about them, but this is starting to get me excited again. I tried to forget about the the way you guys ended our season last year. Honestly though, credit to you guys. You earned that win fair and square, and we got a lot to talk about for sure.
Oh, you're talking to me, Gabe. The Giants-Vikings playoff game.
Yeah.
You know what? I didn't want to play you guys in the first round. I really didn't, but we had to.
Yeah.
We got the job done. Who do
Gabe,
you
can
think
I-
Baltimore takes here? And then we'll let Andy go. Sorry, little lag.
No, you go.
You want,
Gabe,
you
I don't
want
know
me
if
to
you heard
answer
that.
who I think Baltimore
Yeah.
goes or Caitlin?
Well, let's get you both. I know you're next.
I don't know who they should take. Caitlin would be better at answering that one.
I want to go receiver, but I don't just because I do have PTSD from all the receivers they've taken before.
Right. Yeah. Well,
But
Joey
I-
Porter Jr.
Yeah, either I want him or Zay Flowers, honestly, because I also think Zay Flowers is a little bit of a sleeper. Like, I just know by covering Syracuse and seeing Flowers in the ACC, I just feel like he wasn't just talked about enough, and just how much
Yeah.
skill set he actually has. And I think he has really strong arms and hands, and could just be another quick guy. Because obviously we don't, Bateman's quick, but we don't know if he can stay on the field, and it's been shown obviously, the last 2 years. So I think that he just has that playmaking ability that could just really go far in that offense that's just growing. Obviously, Lamar coming back to Baltimore, OBJ, J.K. Dobbins, tight end, Isaiah Likely was a sleeper last year that we got. And I'm just excited. So I would definitely be excited to see another offensive playmaker. I just hope it'd be the right choice and it won't give me more PTSD of bad first-round wide receiver picks from Baltimore.
Have you bought an Odell jersey yet?
Oh no. Mm-mm.
Fonz, have you?
No, I'm still trying to figure out which one. Again, it's like a big decision. I don't know if I go with the black, white, purple, or the color rush purple. I don't
Well,
know. It's really hard to-
I have a suggestion. I have a blue one if you'd
Okay.
like it.
Okay, I don't know how this is gonna work. Do I can paint it? I can spray paint it.
I have two of them.
Oh,
I've been
Maybe
looking
we'll-
to sell one for a while now.
you should frame it, Tom.
I should.
When he has his like Hall of Fame career with the Ravens, his second
The
go around
gold
with
days.
Yes.
seasons, and
Yeah, the pick is still not in for Baltimore. But Caitlin, back
the
to
wheel,
what you
Eric
said.
DeCosta's wheeling and dealing right now, probably.
Baltimore just seems to make like last year, Ojabo, day 2, boom.
Yeah.
Um,
Orlando Brown Jr. third round a few years ago. Just get these guys fall to them.
Kyle
Yeah.
Hamilton.
Carl
Yeah.
Ham-
Linderbaum too. When we
Yes.
traded for him, traded that pick for Hollywood Brown, I think that was a win for the Ravens by far. I was not sold on Hollywood Brown from the beginning, and I think Linderbaum's been amazing, and I'm really excited to see what he does second year around.
So, Gabe, who do you hope the Ravens don't take here that you want at 23?
Man, I hope you don't take a receiver, obviously. But then again, you know what? Take one. There's so many at this point, and we don't have a pick for the second round. So it's one of those things where we'll take a receiver probably, whoever it might be. And I can explain why I want a receiver when we get closer to our pick.
Absolutely.
But for me, it's got to be receiver. So it doesn't matter to me at this point. I'm happy with whatever we can get our hands on at that position.
Gabe, can I interest you in a little guy I like to call Will Levis?
Oh man.
You know what? I just got a Kirk Cousins jersey last year. I kind of liked it, and I've been seeing Kirk Cousins on Pardon My Take, and just in general, he's becoming so much more comfortable in the public face. He's becoming very likable, and he just started in his 4th year growing on me, and now I'm like, I really don't want to see him leave. Because it's not him. It's not his fault. We need a better defense. We need a better offensive line. You know what? Will Levis, whoever it might be that we do eventually get to succeed him, it's just not. It shouldn't happen right now. We still got 3 more years. Let's keep paying the guy. This guy, he's gonna at this point. It's either we build a statue of him or we fail trying. But Cousins is our guy, and we need a Super Bowl. And Will Levis, it's just too big of a risk. And Cousins has too well of an established career to sort of get the 4th or 5th best quarterback probably in this draft. So I just wouldn't try to get that.
Yeah, I've been saying it for every pick, hoping that it finally happens. But I figured it'd be who better than you to ask. I mean, who knew all Kirk had to do was take his shirt off and put a bunch of chains on for you to get all in on him, Gabe? I mean, I can't disagree.
So
yeah, that was
Caitlin.
the highlight of the season.
Here
Called it.
It's official. Congratulations, you got your wide receiver in Zay Flowers, and I'm very jealous.
3 in a row.
This is what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
This is what happens now. One's taken, and then you just get a bunch of receivers, going. I like Zay Flowers. I like him on. I guess I just have some PTSD from past receivers taken in the first round, which scares me. I hope that's not the case with Flowers. He's very talented. He's really good. Just
Fourth
got
young-
drop problems.
Do you see this? 4th youngest of 14 siblings? Holy shit.
No, but
Can you imagine having 13 brothers and sisters?
I mean, what do they? I mean, what do the Ravens need to do? Also, give Lamar weapons. They're trying their best to do it. They got
There you go.
Zay Flowers. I mean, Bateman also in the first round a few years back too. Hopefully, I mean, if Bateman's healthy heading into the season, that's a good trio of receivers. I'm happy for. I just worry. I just have so many bad memories of bad receivers taken in the first round.
I mean, you gotta be I guess excited or hopeful. Like, you just locked up Lamar. That whole process took way longer than you hoped it did, but you got it done. You have Odell now on the roster. And then you're taking another, like you just said, surround him with as many weapons as possible. So I don't know. I mean, I'll default to you guys, obviously, but you have to be feeling somewhat good, right?
No, I am feeling good. Just part of me just thinks of the flashbacks. That's what it is doing. I'm like, but we had to help out Lamar. We always talk about Lamar needs weapons. So,
Caitlin, you saw him play in the ACC when you covered Syracuse. Very good player. 9 touchdowns as a sophomore, 5 as a junior. I think his name is Phil Jerkovich. Was injured that season, so his production was down a little bit. But last year, 12 touchdowns, tied 5th in the FBS. I really like him a lot. I know he has shorter arms. He's a shorter player, but would you agree that he is not really a prototypical slot receiver, that he plays more on the boundary with slot versatility?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just from watching him against Syracuse, I think one of the things that they were best at last year was their secondary. I mean, they played Boston College, I believe, the last game of the season. And Garrett Williams was hurt and other guys, but he just races ahead of coverage. Like, he's just fast. He's just physical. And I don't know. I'm excited. Like, I PTSD, but I'm excited, and it just feels like everything's coming together.
And he's a Boston College guy, let me add. Boston College, great academic institution. You're getting, and plus 14 kids, he's 14 siblings or whatever. This is a high character guy.
I feel like he was a sleeper though until a couple weeks ago, honestly. Like, I feel like no one was giving him the attention that he deserved. And obviously Boston College was definitely on the bottom of the ACC for, especially last year. It was really bad with the quarterback situation and everything. But this is exciting, for the Ravens, and I think just for Flowers himself. Like I said, I just really feel like no one was talking about him. And I remember him at ACC Media Day last year too. And I don't know. I'm excited. I don't know what I'm just don't have a lot of words. It's just good to be a Ravens fan.
I'm just so happy right now that the Giants will get either one of Jordan Addison, Deontay Banks, or Joey Porter Jr. Gabe, who do you want at 23?
All right, I do have a side note. Speaking of
Yes.
sleepers, because I am in Syracuse, I have to say, offensive lineman Matthew Bergeron deserves to be in the first round, a late first round. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes 30, 31. If not, he's going early second round. And I think he needs to go to a team like the Bills, the Eagles, a team that has a running quarterback, because the way that he was able to block Sean Tucker and Garrett Schrader, especially this year and last year, and now he's versatile and he could play guard and tackle. Like, I think he's being slept on. And I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head, but he was from Chattanooga last year. Got was a surprise pick last year.
Cole
For the
Strange.
Patriots.
Yeah.
Cole
Yeah.
Strange. Yeah.
So I just feel that Bergeron could be the next one, and as I rep Syracuse, but that is
I
a sleeper.
respect that.
too. Just want to put on your radar.
Yeah. He's a tackle, right?
Yeah, but he also plays guard,
Yeah,
and
he can
like,
play
2
guard
years ago-
flexibility.
Yeah, he has a lot of flexibility, and he's just such a good. He's just really good at blocking the run. And there's Sean Tucker had an amazing year, last year and the year before that. I think really just put Syracuse on the map a little bit with some. Syracuse doesn't really get a lot of attention for football, but now they're going to have a couple guys, and Bergeron will be the first one to go for Syracuse. So I'm excited for them too.
I like it. Gabe, you're on the clock with 2 minutes left.
Jordan
All
Addison,
right.
Gabe.
Well, I'll be honest. I put down just a little bit of notes before this, and I did want a receiver, and the receiver I did want, honestly, was Zay Flowers. Because for this reason, and it's very important we understand. Like Lamar Jackson, he's accurate and he's got a good arm, but he's throwing to a guy with a very small frame, short arms. He's got to be super accurate. You got to think about that too. They've typically drafted guys who, like Rashad Bateman's a big body, someone who can catch, kind of has a big catch radius. Now Zay Flowers' weakness is that he doesn't have a big catch radius. So you're going to have to make sure you obviously are accurate. But what I like for Kirk Cousins is very accurate. Never been a problem for him is accuracy. And what made Zay Flowers such an appealing pick is that he can get open very quickly. Now, Kirk Cousins can't extend plays. His offensive line is horrendous. He's horrible against the blitz. And when he holds on to the ball too long, it's almost always a sack. So a guy like Zay Flowers was very appealing because we have KJ Osborne. We have Justin Jefferson. So that probably means Zay Flowers would be going up against the third best man-to-man corner or even a safety against the defense. That's a matchup nightmare. For the Ravens right now, Zay Flowers might not get the third best matchup. I don't know who your top two are, but they would have to, they would really have to be. The thing is, like, we need depth at receiver because we have a star with Jefferson. We have a budding star with KJ Osborne. And I'm tired of seeing Justin Jefferson get 20 targets a game. Cousins can get really complacent throwing to one guy. And he can make one guy's stats seem amazing, but it's really because Cousins will just not look around enough. And he forces the ball into coverage, double coverage all the time to Jefferson. And Jefferson makes highlight reel plays, but it was a horrible look, a horrible decision on Cousins' part in the first place. I just want a guy who can alleviate the pressure from Jefferson, alleviate the pressure from Osborne. And it looks like the next best guy is a kind of well-rounded guy. I think it's Addison, a guy who can kind of do it all. But I was really hoping for more of like the twitchy Zay Flowers type. I got to look. You got to give me a minute. I got to look at these receivers now, see what we got here on ESPN.
I love it.
Brian McCardle, who is the pick for Gabe Flayton's Minnesota Vikings?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I'll tell you who might be a sneaker though. I think the pick is too early for this, but I think someone who might sneak into the first round is Josh Downs.
Okay.
We were talking about slot-sized receivers, and he's
Okay.
got to be the next best guy up in that scenario now that Zay Flowers is gone. So it's a bit of a reach, but
Let me look. I don't
we've seen
see
stranger
him.
things tonight.
Let's see. I'm gonna look him up right now because I didn't do a ton. I didn't look a ton at the receiver position before this.
It could be
Okay.
Banks,
Not in the
too.
top. Oh, I see him. He's a UNC guy. All right.
Really
We're on
use
the
it.
phone. with
5'9",
somebody.
fits the bill, explosive.
Banks. That's my pick.
Okay.
I saw Fonda's reaction. I think
Sorry.
It is.
it's all right.
Oh,
It's all right.
oh, no,
All right.
that was Tom's guy. That was
All right.
Tom's guy.
Jordan Addison. Okay.
Great pick, Gabe. Great
Okay.
pickup.
Okay. What do you know
Great
about this guy?
Pickup.
I haven't watched any.
Really
film on this
fucking
guy.
good.
Really-
5'11", 175
Okay.
pounds. Played his first 2 years at
Oh.
Pittsburgh with Kenny Pickett, then transferred to USC.
Oh, okay.
Great work ethic. First team All Pac-12 this year. He did miss 3 games due to injury. Last year, 2021, with Pittsburgh, 100 catches, 1,600 yards, and 17 touchdown receptions. He was the nation's top receiver. 4.49 40-yard dash. Very slippery after the catch. Not
Okay.
strong, but has punt return experience as well. He's able to run the more complex routes.
Hell of a suit he's got.
Good footwork, creates separations. He can basically work confidently on all 3 levels of the field. I mean, you can see it through the highlights here, but
One of 10
That's-
siblings, dude. What the
great.
hell?
That's amazing that we
They
got
run
a
deep.
guy with that kind of versatility because, like I said, we don't need another Jefferson. We don't need another Osborne. We need somebody who sort of
we
separates
traded up.
themselves.
I was about to say, Tom,
Ooh.
we traded.
the Giants traded up, and in turn,
Oh,
they
the
get
Giants are on the clock.
24 for 25, 160, and 240.
Sorry, could you say that again?
It was 24 for 25, 160, and 240.
Give up 25, 160, and 240. So that
40
puts us
by
down to. We had 10 draft picks anyway. We still have 8, so I'm okay
They're definitely
with that.
they're probably panicking now and getting a receiver because everybody's
It's gotta
getting
be.
receivers. now.
I don't
Flying
know.
forward.
I don't know.
They
Or
might
Porter.
go corner.
They could go Porter.
I think they're going to go with Joey Porter Jr.
And Tom, I could finally do the top 10 finally after that if they get him.
Gabe, that reaction to Addison, much better, much happier than last year's reaction to Lewis Seen, where you got obsessed with the targeting calls with Harrison Smith.
I don't know. Yeah,
remember
like
that.
the draft in recent years has not been good for us. It's been very bad. At least we didn't get a corner again. We've been getting first round corners, and they either end up like in legal trouble or just not being good at football. Which
Yeah.
it's just the sad truth. Like corners are hard to find. They have these like athletic attributes out of college that look amazing, but the rules are different in the NFL, and like the pressing and the physicality, it's different. You can't be as physical. I like that one pick
Yeah.
that team had, who's like he's like a tiny guy from Mississippi State. That guy's probably not physical at all, but he'll probably be like right on top of the receiver at all times, which is probably what you want.
So I want Brian and Caitlin's thoughts on the Giants. But speaking of Caitlin, let's bring up another Caitlin that we have backstage. Caitlin Brower from Third and Wine. Caitlin,
Hey guys.
how are you?
Well, I'm a little taken back by that last pick, and I'm taken back by the Giants jumping up to 24. So I honestly do not know what's coming in 4 minutes and 40 seconds, to be honest. I actually thought what I was going to see from the Giants was either moving up and doing something potentially, or even just pushing back to the later rounds, because we only have one pick from 2 to 5, I think. 1 per round, excuse me. That's what I meant by saying that. Right. So we don't have a ton of real estate in like those kind of key rounds where I think the Giants in past history have done very well in those rounds. So I wanted to get more real estate there. So picking someone now, I actually was like, let's forego the first round. I wanted to kind of get more people later on, but I think that Addison pick by the Vikings kind of screwing us because we totally screwed them in this last season. I think that's what just happened there. So, but now we're jumping up, and I'm so excited. The TV's right here. I'm looking for it.
Caitlin McCarthy, who do you think the Giants take here?
Oh my God, you spell your name the same way.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I noticed that
Yes.
too.
Sorry, I just noticed that now. Wow. Oh my God. Never. It's very
Yes, Caitlin,
unknown,
meet
but
Caitlin.
Let's get to football. Honestly, screw our names. Football time.
I don't know. I think I feel like Giants could use a receiver, but now how many have gone in a row? I don't know if that's the best choice right now, but also
4, right? 4 in a row.
yeah.
4 in a row.
I mean, Jalen Hyatt's still there, but I think I don't know what else the Giants have now with the trade.
That's not it for me.
Yeah.
No, it's really not. Honestly, no. What did we do with the X amount of receivers that we had this season? That's just not, that's not the route I'm trying to go in the
Kenny
first round.
Galladay
of the
worked
draft.
out though, right?
Yeah, no, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
we lose 25, 160, so our 5th rounder, and 240 for 24. So
we had
go
2
from 10
fifth
picks.
rounders, so we lost 1 fifth. So I
And
don't
we
like
lost
this in my opinion.
one of our 3 7th rounders. Dable's on the phone right now.
I don't like this.
Does that tell you that they really liked whoever they're about to take, though, right?
Joe Shane is clapping. Really?
Are we
Yeah.
getting the? No.
Hey,
we're
it's
not.
it's LPG. Watch them. If they take John Michael Schmitz here, I won't be too happy. We need a center, but
Joe
not
Shane is smiling ear to ear. So I swear to fucking God. This is an
my
espresso martini, by the way. I've been
Nice.
Yep. It's my second one of the evening because it's
Love
there's
it.
license plate guy. Let's go, buddy. He better be happy. Let's go. Come on, guys.
So, Caitlin B. Andy Hopper hosts the Brew Party podcast, where he, another, I guess.
I was
drinking
on with Andy last
name.
year during the draft, correct?
I think so.
Yes.
I believe so.
Yes, that makes
Yes.
sense. Yes. Good.
Let's collab,
Welcome back.
buddy.
We should absolutely. I'll reach out. We should absolutely collab.
I
would
am
love
all
that.
about wine, but tonight is the espresso martinis because they're keeping me up past midnight, probably. So
I love that. My gameplay when I'm
Charlie
trying
needs to stay awake.
I have been known to pour my Busch Light in a wine glass on the podcast when I'm trying to class it up.
Listen,
So I'm
you do
in
whatever
for
you
that.
have to do.
I'm in for that. I'd love to collab. Yes, for sure. Awesome. Cool. That's what this is all about. Making new friends.
Love
Absolutely.
it. All right, our pick is in. Here we go. And I'm also watching on TV, so please no one ruin this for me on Twitter. 'cause
I'm streaming
I know
it.
Twitter.
I'm streaming it. I'm like 5 minutes behind everybody.
I'm on YouTube TV, so please don't ruin this for me. Oh, you can
I
actually
love
ruin
this
it for
pick.
me.
I love
Oh,
the
so you
pick,
do.
by the way.
Oh,
All right.
oh,
Tom
yeah.
likes it.
Why am I so far behind?
I'm saving my reaction for Caitlin.
Oh, my neighbor just screamed so loud.
Good or bad?
Yep, I knew. Yep, it's good.
Very
Yep,
nice.
Love it.
Outstanding corner.
Good pick. Good
I
pick.
love him a lot.
Oh,
I'm so happy
That
with
was
Deontay
that
Banks.
was Tom. You talked about him the other night. You said this was
Yeah.
your guy.
I did.
Oh, I'm laughing so hard. I live in a condo complex, and one of my neighbors is a diehard Giants fan. I just heard a huge "Let's go." So I
Such a
knew
good
it was
pick.
So this is someone that I had seen on the board over the last 3 weeks, very much in our position. So I still, for me, think it's very interesting that we jumped up one spot to take him. I think we could have been okay with him, at that spot, but
Maybe Jacksonville was all in on him. You never know.
you never know.
but yeah.
You're absolutely correct.
Those
I'm just,
are clock.
yeah.
We got What's up,
Jacksonville
Jacksonville? Oh, the Bills.
They
just
traded
moved
their-
Yeah,
up.
Jacksonville just traded their.
Who are they? Who? Okay, what do we got here? Who are the Bills moving up for?
Maybe the
Buffalo is on the clock.
Maybe they want Porter.
That's what maybe they were thinking of getting.
Now do we
Yeah,
see a run
corner.
on corners?
All right, I got to
That's
tweet about this.
Me too.
Maybe they originally wanted Banks, and then they saw the Giants grab it. Now the Bills are like, you know what? Now let's go
Yeah.
for Porter Jr. or something.
We've had some interesting reactions to Giants draft picks over the years. We had Kadarius Toney 2 years ago, where everybody's face looked frozen.
Well, so Tom, so
Oh.
to be fair with Giants fans, the reason why our faces were frozen was because
Oh, that
of
was
the
such a
whole
moment.
trading and coming back and the conditional pick of this. The Bears had to do this, X, Y, and Z. So like I'm just
Yeah.
staring at the screen like, who the F did we pick at this point? Like honestly, they were like, we're doing X, Y, and Z to get this like they didn't even like announce Kadarius Toney. I feel it was like the Giants are giving up
yeah.
this and they have conditional picks with the Bears. And I'm just sitting there in front of the TV like, who do we have?
Yeah.
Help me know who we have. So that's why I think there was so many people like disgruntled on Twitter because like
Mhm.
we just didn't know what was going on. So
Yeah.
that was a very confusing. And listen,
I hear you.
and out for us because look where we are now. Darren Waller, love that. So
I mean,
thank-
but back to
thank you.
Banks quickly. Perimeter corner, redshirt junior, 6'1", good size, blend of size and strength is good. Smooth hips for him. He glides around very well. I just like him. He tested really well at the combine. That's why he got picked this high. 4.35 40-yard dash. He started 9 games as a true freshman in 2019. Had a shoulder injury in 2021, but last year played really well. 8 pass breakups in 12 games, 22 years old. I'm with this pick.
Yeah.
What does everybody
Me too.
else think? Do you like Deontay Banks, Brian? Big Ten
Yeah, I mean, I
corner?
think yeah, you went over his measurables pretty well. Obviously, that speed is a huge factor, and I think just at the very least, the value you're getting. I don't think many people expected him to fall. I guess kind of in this range, but he's now
Yeah.
at the lower end of where people thought he was going to go. So if cornerbacks are about to be hot on the market right now, I think you have to step in and get him at this point. So it's definitely a great value pick for sure.
Wink Barndale's gonna love working with this guy. I feel like it's like
Yeah.
perfect for him.
Absolutely. Man, I don't know who the Bills take here at 25, but I'm kind of interested to see who they take. What could they need? This has to be Joey Porter. No, I don't know if it is because they still have White. They drafted Elam. Drew Sanders out of Arkansas.
Drew Sanders too.
Potentially.
They
lost Tremaine Edmonds.
yeah.
They lost Tremaine
But
Edmonds.
are they gonna?
Thank you.
Did they trade up?
They traded up. Fuck.
This
I don't
is
know.
the Will Levis is still there.
Did they do a receiver?
He's
It
dropping
should.
to the second round, in my opinion.
I think so too.
Or
Yeah.
third. Honestly, or third. I'm going to pull that trigger too. Second or third.
Ooh, I love that. Caitlin Font.
I wanted to tweet it like a couple days ago, but I didn't want like these like random quarterbacks. Like you don't want their trolls on Twitter. I remember I tweeted like 4 or 5 years, probably like 5+ years ago about Tim Tebow. His trolls will come out. Look at this on TV. Do you see right now? He's got 3 blonde women just on his lap. Get out of
I
here.
love that.
Fuck out of here. He is
Oh.
just too cocky, too confident. He's out of here.
Definitely
My
round 2
opinion.
energy for sure.
I hate
Yeah.
that.
To your point,
mother.
Caitlin Font.
That's his girlfriend. Mother. And
I don't-
that's his.
That's
That's his
creepy.
sister.
He's closer to his mom than his girlfriend. It's
Yeah.
gross.
Weird. Caitlin, to your point, Fonz was saying earlier, there's nobody really left in the first round for
A quarterback.
to take him, right?
Even
Even in the second round. I look at the second round slate.
What's up, Cole G?
I he's
I saw
dropping.
the early second. It's like maybe Rams, but do they want to do that? I don't know, but it's like
Why?
Lions.
Also,
That's like the
if
only
any-
one.
You did everything for Matthew Stafford, and everyone thinks he's still a young. I'm not a Stafford fan, to be honest. Full
I
transparency.
feel like he has a couple more. Not a lot, but he's up.
Yeah.
He was
I
injured a
think
lot.
he has a lot more years, and that doesn't make sense for them.
If anyone has to go after the Bills pick, let me know. I just messaged the private chat. Gabe, what do you think of this Giants pick? I never even asked you yet, and then we'll bring up our next guest.
Yeah, I mean, back to what I said before about like the rules in NFL. I mean, it's a big thing these days with physical corners who like to press cover. Like I saw on his, the notes that his technique needs to get better. If he's really physical, but his technique isn't good, that's gonna hurt him because he's gonna get a lot of holding calls where he's too aggressive. You don't want him to be bad at technique and physical because that's actually counterintuitive. Also, I don't know how he hurt his shoulder in college, but if it says he's really good in run defense, not that that's anything a knock on him. That's awesome that he plays both the coverage and tackles. Everybody wants to have a corner who can tackle, but if he's going to be putting his shoulder down and making a bunch of plays, say like you got a guy, like A.J. Dillon, and this guy just doesn't back down from a running back like A.J. Dillon, tries to put his shoulder into him. I know Jair Alexander dislocated his shoulder or broke his collarbone this last year trying to make a tackle because he's really good in run defense. You just got to be smart too, like with how much
Dalton Kincaid.
Wow.
On the defensive side of the ball. Ooh, tight end.
I like this pick a lot.
Dalton and Dawson.
I'm not surprised about this. That's
He's
they were
going
jumping
to the
that.
Cowboys. He cannot
Look
go
at all
to
the
Dallas.
hats behind
Oh
him.
my
Look at all the
God.
hats behind him. The guy's looking for the Bills hat.
Speaking of the Bills, let's bring on the Patriots fan, Alec Waltz, to talk about
No,
this
we don't
Bills
have
pick
to.
as
No,
well.
we don't.
Whoa!
No, we don't.
In the building.
Let's go. Dude, when I
Nice.
joined earlier, I saw the Ravens were on the clock, and then I saw Zay Flowers was on the clock, and I knew they were going to take him, so I just exited the meeting. Aren't you so happy, Fonz?
I think of Rashad Perryman and again Marquise Hollywood Brown. I'm thinking about him still, but I'm hyped, but I'm nervous. Walter, I'm nervous. I'm a nervous man for this.
I like this pick. Kincaid's more of a receiving tight end than a blocker. As where Mayer is kind of good at everything, Kincaid's a great receiving tight end. You could line him up in the slot, on the outside. He's big. Didn't he play FCS ball? He was originally an FCS guy before FBS. He didn't get recruited much.
I think
coming out.
I'm not sure, but
Yeah,
him and
so
Dalton Knox.
here it
Dalton
is.
Knox. Dawson Knox. It's a good 2 tight end set.
Just to show you how old this guy is, he's been in college since 2018. He signed with non-scholarship San Diego.
4 years after I graduated.
Yeah, I think that's yeah.
So
Kincaid.
he's, like, older.
Kincaid. Yeah, this year 8 touchdowns, 890 yards, 3 years with the Utes. He played just 1 year of high school football. His comparison is Zach Ertz. That's pretty impressive to me. Mayer's not happy. I wouldn't be happy either. He's clearly the best tight end in the draft, and it's a disgrace he's not picked yet. And I'm only saying this because I really don't want Dallas to get him. I know they're going to.
All around. Mayer's the best all around tight end.
Right.
Kincaid's the best pass catcher. And
they already have
aerial
Dawson
threat.
Knox. Dawson Knox, who is more of a blocker tight end who can go out and catch passes as well. He's good at both. As where Mayer is good at both. Kincaid's that receiving threat as another weapon for Buffalo. Jerry Jones is taking Michael Mayer.
It does not look like they're in agreement.
McCarthy and Jones.
Are you looking at this video of them?
Oh yeah, I see it now.
I mean,
Mike's like, guys,
When are
we
they
can't
ever-
do this.
We can't.
This is a stupid
welcome to
pick.
Dallas, baby. When are they ever?
Welcome to Dallas.
You're gonna make this pick, and then I'm gonna get blamed for it.
Yep.
You're gonna fire me.
They're like, they're
Yeah,
fucking
you're gonna
arguing.
fire me, and you're gonna
Arguing.
cite this in the fucking firing.
They're
Draft.
arguing in the video I just saw. Straight up.
Draft Will Levis.
Oh, so
Mayer is not on the phone. This is good. This is good. Go to Cincinnati, Mike. Sorry, Ravens.
Could they actually? Could they
They're
actually?
They might trade, to be honest.
Could they
Dude,
get?
they're
40?
eyeing your guy there, Pat. Or Tom. Mayer.
Yeah,
They keep putting him on the screen.
I don't like this at all.
Oh, this is gonna be so funny.
Tom, you're gonna have to get his Cowboys jersey if he gets
My
drafted.
phone
Tom.
is blowing up. I had to take the vibration off.
Oh no.
They're comparing him to Jason Witten.
Well, they have to, of course.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Gabe, I'm gonna let you go here. I know you have school in the morning tomorrow.
Yes.
Appreciate
Pretty
you so
early.
much for joining.
Absolutely. Thank you for
Gabe,
having
it's
me.
so good to see you again, man.
You as well.
Favorite
Can't wait to
Vikings
see you
fan?
guys again soon.
Absolutely, Gabe.
Good luck
We will
this
talk
year,
soon.
buddy.
Do the Vikings play you guys this year? I can't remember.
I don't
don't
know.
know.
I'll
I
have
know
to
they
check the
play you,
schedule.
Andy. Do they play the Giants? I should say.
You
I
probably
thought you were
don't
being
know.
sarcastic. Yeah.
No, I was gonna say if they play.
I'm not worried about
We
you,
should-
Andy. I'm worried about the Lions.
Oh,
really.
fuck
Let's
off.
be
All
honest
right.
here.
Don't be worried about
Oh,
me.
look at the spiciness here.
I'm so ready.
All right, guys. I'll see you later.
Have a great night, buddy.
Have a
It's
great
good to
rest
see
of
you
the
again.
draft.
Take care.
Bye.
All right.
So I think this is an attractive pick for Dallas. They needed a tight end.
Yeah.
But
yes.
Bless you.
I hate the immediate comparison, obviously. That's my biggest tiff with the draft and everything. Like, just comparing these kids to players, like
tough.
they
It's
haven't
not
even,
fair.
they haven't
Yeah.
even- it's more the quarterback. Okay, now we're all clapping. Just kidding. Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy are not clapping.
McCarthy's not clapping.
No one's there. The only one's not clapping.
Jared
Yep.
McCarthy's struggling. McCarthy's struggling to get up from his chair.
He's
Yes.
out of breath, to be honest.
He is.
Jerry
That's
Jones.
'cause
Jerry
he
Jones
is.
is just. I think his
Well, they have to
smile is like, did I just make $8 billion more dollars?
Yeah.
Yes.
As
and
Jerry
someone
good-
confirmed him. Yeah.
See, they have to replace Dalton Schultz. Like Peyton Hendershot and Jake Ferguson are okay.
But don't
Shout
They
out
need
shout
to-
out Hendershot.
They
Shout out
need
Hendershot.
to. Yes, they
don't
need
force
to
the
upgrade.
replacement.
No, they don't have to. But the problem is, I think it's either him or Joey Porter Jr. It's one of them.
Who's the?
And I think the Bengals could end up with Joey Porter Jr. if he slips.
Oh,
He slips, yeah.
If he slips,
Yeah, it's
which
perfect.
Cover that deep receiving core in Baltimore. Got him shook.
Yeah.
Zay
Baltimore.
Flowers.
Yeah, 100-yard game from OBJ, 100 yards from Zay Flowers. I think we might get the first 3 wide receiver 1,000 yards.
OBJ,
this season.
Zay Flowers,
You hear
Mark
that, Walt?
Andrews,
Oh, he's got some confidence there, Fawn.
You know what? 4. Put Andrews in there too. Bateman,
Devin
Flowers.
Duvernay. Baltimore's
Yep,
receiving
Pro
core is looking. You know what? This is a great day to be
All pro.
fun. All pro.
Yes.
No, not all pro. Pro bowler Tyler Huntley.
Yes. Yes.
See?
That's
Ah.
you know what? I gotta get his jersey too. You know what?
Yes.
I get his Pro Bowl jersey.
Fonz, what was the year in the draft where you wore like 600 jerseys over your chest?
I'm never doing that again.
That was
I
hilarious.
almost had a heat stroke in my house, and I had the AC.
Dude, I wanted there to be like 60 trades that night.
It was there was not a trade. No,
It's
but
like,
the,
oh shit, the Bears are up.
no, but
I'm
Walt,
wearing an
remember
Indy jersey.
the trades that happened. I didn't have their jersey.
They didn't take him. They didn't take him. They did not take him.
How many glasses of Johnny Walker Blue
Mazzie
has
Smith. Mozzie Smith of Michigan.
There's no way they agreed on this pick.
Who the hell?
No, this is the guy that had some legal trouble, but they like delayed any sentencing or anything like until after the college football
What's
playoff.
with these criminals joining the division today?
Those
They're
fans have no idea
confirmed.
who the fuck that is.
Yeah, they're like, all right, yeah, sick. Yeah, they have
They
no
go-
idea.
they go, "Is he good?"
Like, this is the first round. You can't.
What do we
And
think
what
of
is-
this
wait,
pick? I'm
what is
looking at
with,
everybody right now, and
no one has a shirt on in their
Kate,
thing. Sorry.
Caitlin
Tom.
M., your reaction is very interesting with that pick.
Because I don't know like anything about this guy, honestly.
I don't either.
Dude, this guy's so good. They're showing highlights of no one blocking him and making tackles in the back.
Yeah.
I'm getting
Brian-
such a good, he's showing me that real block shedding ability.
He just
by no one
sacked
blocking
a
him.
random ass quarterback that no one knows.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go again.
Still
Watching-
doesn't have a shirt on.
Watch him leave.
Still
Watch-
doesn't have
Is that
a shirt
his
on.
brother? He just-
He's gonna leave the
No,
Cowboys.
what is that?
sign
They
with the
all have no
Patriots.
shirts on in their little intro videos. All
Yo, that
these-
is
Brian.
the dumbest looking helmet I've ever seen in my life.
Brian, do you have any insights on this guy?
I remember watching him in their game against Ohio State. He's really, really quick, especially for size. I think he's over 325. I don't know what they list
Oh,
him
wow.
at now.
Yeah.
But he gets the one thing that I didn't like. He gets kind of overly aggressive, which I mean, his aggressiveness is really good, but he'll get basically way out of position because of that aggressiveness. So I mean, they can hone that in. If you're just talking about pure athleticism and as an athlete, I think it's a decent pick. I mean, McCarthy didn't look happy. I think we can all agree on that. So I don't know what he
Neither
was
of them looks
thinking.
happy.
But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we, get any news on who was sort of behind this pick. I'm assuming it had to be Jones, but for what reason is my question.
Mark Alkin, my coworker who was an Eagles fan, saying Dallas got sniped.
Shame.
Not many positive reactions to this pick, but watch it be like a really good. Watch them turn out to be really good.
They usually are the ones that are
There's
Yeah.
like what?
The questionable ones.
Like Kadarius Toney already has a ring. Like just saying.
Super Bowl champion.
All right, relax. He's not doing anything.
I know.
Longest punt
I
return in Super Bowl history. Well, it's in the record books. Put that in the Hall of Fame.
Congratulations. It was one play.
Yes, I agree. Tony's. Yeah. Jacksonville's on the clock. Let's turn our attention to Jacksonville.
Who do they
27th
take
overall.
here?
Joey Porter Jr. For the love of God, someone take
They have
him.
to.
They gotta. I mean, I know a lot of the top linemen are off the board, but they gotta protect Trevor, obviously.
Trevor. They have so Cam
do
Robinson.
everything.
Cam Robinson just came out. Something just came out about him today. What was it today or yesterday? They have Walker Little too at right tackle.
Yeah.
And then they have Brandon Scherf. So I'm trying to remember who their center is, but I think they need to go edge rusher, I think, here.
Has anyone
Is he
taken has any of the other D linemen from Clemson been taken?
No.
No. Miles Murphy. Is that what you're thinking?
There's another one.
Breeze.
Brian Breeze, but I think he
Brian
drops out,
Breeze.
honestly.
Brian Branch is still there.
That's who I was worried Bill was going to take.
Branch is going to fall out of the round, I think, because I mean, look what happened to McKinney in 2020. That number one safety on the
Only
board.
like 5.
Yep.
And I know Caitlin Broward loves McKinney, but he fell to the second round because of his position.
Yep. The Giants also
There's
kill
not
it in the
much.
second round, though, and that was the second safety they got from Bama in the second round
Yeah.
after Landon Collins. So I was very
Deontay
happy about
Banks.
that.
We got Deontay Banks tonight. That's all Usually this show has mostly Giants fans on it, but this year did not turn out that way. So I needed
I know, I feel
somebody.
very out of place.
I needed some backup.
It's a nice mix.
Yes.
The Giants kill it in the second round, though. So that's why I was more so looking forward to them, doing something with that 25th pick, like going back and getting more real estate in the later rounds, like I said
Yeah.
earlier, because they are notoriously known for doing work in the later round. Last year, I'm not going to fuck with that. Like a great
Yeah.
Kayvon Thibodeau, Evan Neal. Thank you, God, for those. I'm going to be great. Listen, if Saquon and Daniel Jones pan out for us in the near future, cool, great, awesome. But the Giants are known. You can
Yeah.
look back in history. Later rounds, they absolutely kill it. So
Eagles fans saying here, if Branch is there at 30, I'm sprinting the card to the podium.
go get them, because you already got your guy at 9, technically.
9. Yeah.
I am an Alabama fan, so I'm so happy that a Georgia player ruined my life for how many years is now going to ruin my life now as a Philadelphia Eagle. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Not just him, Jordan Davis as well. Both of them. They're going to ruin our lives.
Thank you.
Will Levis is looking more and more agitated as they put the camera on him.
Because
Who-
he is not going in the first.
Yeah, he's
Who
freaking
is
the
the
fuck out.
Saints?
I'm
Who
so
is
Probably a
quarterback of the
huge
Saints?
camera with like
okay.
a
That's
stand
his
right in front of
girlfriend.
him.
There was another girl on his
Derek
lap.
Carr, yeah.
earlier.
It is Derek Carr in New Orleans.
To be
That's
honest,
not the girl that was on his lap.
And they
earlier.
still have Jameis, too.
All right.
I feel like the Saints
That's-
might be actually kicking themselves over signing Carr because had they known.
Oh,
Levis
and she
was
just
gonna fall
rolled
this
her eyes.
far-
Oh God, I hate that girl so much. Ugh.
Anton
It's not about
Harrison,
you, girly. It's about your
Oklahoma.
boy. All right.
Not a bad selection.
And the Bengals are on. I like the selection. I think he was 5th on my tackle board, Fonz.
Yeah.
I think we both had him at
I
5.
think we both had him at
Alright,
5.
Yeah.
Andy, I forget where you had him at.
Also-
Correct, Trevor.
also they-
He
they
is
said-
either 4 or 5.
Oh, I don't know what it was, Tom, but Rappaport did say with Cam Robinson's potential suspension. I don't know what is suspension. I didn't know anything about this until you mentioned it. So.
This pick is definitely not in lieu of that. I just think they don't trust Walker Little on the right side, or maybe they try to make him a guard. You have to protect Trevor Lawrence. I mean, Caitlin said it before. Robinson's not going to cut it. You need more help. Joey Porter Jr. here? Joey Porter Jr. or Michael Mayer to the Bengals? It has to
I don't
be
want
Porter.
Who's their tight
It has
end?
to be Irv Smith Jr. and Drew
Signed
Sample.
Hurst. Yeah, because they let Hurst
So-
go to Carolina.
They could probably wait on day 2. They can get Luke Musgrave or
I think they would need help in the secondary. I would say that's what they would. If I don't want them to, but taking off my Ravens hat here, like they would want to go in the secondary.
Caitlin Brower. Just saw your message. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much for your time. Love to have another Giants fan on here talk about the pick. Where can people find your new podcast, Third and Wine?
Yeah, so my handle is attached to my username right now. So if you want to follow me personally, it's at Caitlin Brower _, but also at Third and Wine. That is my new pod. Obviously, Andy, I'll get you on. Everyone else, please contact me. I will get you guys on the pod as well. So excited to talk all things football. And listen, after tonight, we've got a ton of stuff to talk about, clearly. For all fan bases, I'm all football. I'm not just Giants. I'm college football, I'm NFL, everything. So
Love it.
yeah. So thank you guys so much for having me tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a great night. Thanks for joining us.
Go
Bye-bye.
Giants. Bye, guys.
Let's go Big Blue.
Bye.
That was
All
Caitlin
right.
Brower. Originally, her podcast was called The Real Football Fans of New Jersey, based off The Real Housewives of New Jersey. Her and her co-host Katie both being from New Jersey. They've now rebranded to Third and Wine. Well, she has rebranded to Third and Wine. Katie does not do it anymore. Both great ladies to talk to in the sports field. And of course, you, Caitlin, as well. We appreciate all of you coming on here tonight. This has definitely been a lot of fun. It's crazy that we're already at pick number 28. Fonz and
3.5
Caitlin.
hours in, fellas.
Yes. Fonz and Caitlin.
I would
Any
hate this to
picks
be.
for your division rival?
I would hate this to be it, but if it's Joey Porter. Jordan Porter would be interesting with Joey Porter Jr.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I agree. They got it. They have to face the
Walt.
receivers now twice a year. So
Walt.
What's up?
Oh,
There you go. There you go. There you
Ah,
go.
there we go. That's not a bad pick.
No, not at all. And Will Levis is still there.
So we look at the last couple of picks in the draft. So Will Levis will
When you
not.
said
So,
my name, I thought they were taking Cam.
so last they got Saints.
Well, I'd like to
Eagles.
say your name and mention that the Celtics also lost tonight.
Did
No, they
really?
won. No, they
Oh,
won.
They won.
They won?
Yeah.
120.
Oh shit. What am I talking about?
You know who else won?
Not my team.
New York, go New York, go! Let's go. I like that too.
Freaking
My team,
What is
my
the
team-
what did Brunson do? I'm surprised you didn't post it.
What? Oh,
His hand in front of his face.
yeah, the hand that he does this.
Yeah.
He got that dog in him. That's what he's
Jalen
good.
Brunson, man.
Listen,
God,
Walt,
the thing's been good for 2 minutes. You're the most annoying person in the world.
Here's my thing. I know we're talking. I know it's the draft,
I
but Walt, let me
can't.
tell you this now. Jalen Brunson's underpaid. He's not paid enough.
Shut the hell up.
He's not paid enough.
Please stop talking.
I can't watch another NBA playoff game after what happened last night.
He should have been an all-star. He should have won most
I
improved. I'm retiring his
I'm gonna
number.
leave.
The,
Walt,
God,
I'm
I
going-
hate this. You guys are
Walt,
the
I'm going
worst
game
fans
one.
in the world.
I think Julius Randle's the best Julius in NBA history.
Oh, most physical player ever, right, Tom?
In the name of the Father, Son, Holy
MVP.
Spirit. In the name of Julius Randle,
Best
Jalen
value
Brunson,
contract
RJ
in the
Barrett.
league.
RJ Barrett. So good.
You come to
Fonz,
RJ
were
Barrett, I'm gonna
what
slap
were you telling them to sell the team like 3 years ago?
Yeah.
You were just kidding. Sell the team.
I said sell the team 3 years, actually probably like 3 months ago, to be completely honest.
It's a long 3 months ago. Okay, that was forever
You
ago.
want to read here's a starting lineup I had with the Knicks 2 years ago. Kadeem Allen, Damian Dotson, Kevin Knox, Noah Vonleh, Luke Cornett. I can be happy for the first time in my life. with
Cornette's
this-
a stud.
Yeah,
Certified baller.
yeah. I
Al
don't.
Dude, his rim
back, though.
protector.
Al
might
Horford's
win
back
DPOY.
up.
I can be happy,
Fonz,
right?
what's the saying? What's
What?
the old school saying? 5 Al
Bing
Horford.
bong.
I would rather take 5 Al Horfords in the starting lineup over 5 Steph Currys because Al Horford has got that dog in him. All right, he's a veteran
Yeah.
presence, good locker room guy. 5 Al Horford. Also, Walt, I think 5
Caitlin
Julius Randle.
has to go. Caitlin, appreciate you coming on. Where can people find you and your work? As now I believe you're with the Syracuse Mets. Is that correct?
I do some Syracuse Mets stuff for my local TV station I work with. So I do mostly news and sports on CNYCentral.com, but also I put stuff on my YouTube page, which is just Caitlin McCarthy.
Awesome. Thank you so much
Thank
for joining
you.
us tonight.
Go Ravens.
Go
Good to
Ravens.
see you, Caitlin. Have a good night.
You
Take
too.
care.
Bye.
Congrats on Zay Flowers.
Thank you.
All
Congrats
right,
on
that was Caitlin McCarthy. Sorry to cut you off there, Walt. Yeah, for some reason, we just love bringing on Caitlins. For some reason, we have Caitlin Brower, we have Caitlin McCarthy. Andy, we have your buddy Caitlin Leaner.
Yes, a lot of Caitlins in the fold.
Now, this is the problem when you bring Walt on. Me and Walt just bicker back and forth the whole
I
time.
It's
love it.
okay,
It's so
but
funny.
no more NBA talk, please, because my team is out. Gosh darn it, Andy! Why couldn't you beat the Miami Heat?
Because we suck. That's why.
All right.
You got Patrick Beverly as your lead.
They're
Saints
terrible.
The Saints are on the clock. Best available, Joey Porter Jr. is still there.
Dude, we've said his name every pick since I've joined this.
Drew
Will
Sanders.
Levis.
I have the top 10. I have the top 10 of Joey
Play him
Porter
in
gets drafted.
2028.
When do I say that? When do I do the top 10? What if Joey Porter doesn't get drafted? What am I going to do? I
What the
have
hell's in your hand?
After the 31st pick.
Walt. It's a classic Fonz's top 10 for Joey Porter if he gets drafted.
We're going to do it after the 31st pick. And then we're going to do
Whether he's selected or not. All right.
I worked very
Yes,
hard on
whether
this.
he is.
All right?
Fucking lock it
'cause I
in.
know Fonz is not free tomorrow night.
I am not free. Unfortunately,
I don't even know if I'm doing a stream yet tomorrow, but if anyone wants to do something, it'll be very laid back and relaxed. There's a lot of first round talent falling,
No, there definitely is.
They're tumbling for sure.
which makes me think
I don't know what really. What do the Saints like? What do they actually like?
I'm trying to think the biggest head scratch for the night so far.
Say Monty Smith, but like
I
that
don't
late.
know.
Not
I
Christian
think-
Gonzalez.
No, he's
I-
that linebacker from Iowa State to the Jets.
Oh yeah.
What about
But
Jimmy
I have a
Gibbs?
feeling that's gonna work
Yes.
because
What about
like,
Jahmyr Gibbs? at 12.
That was it. Yes.
Because I
That-
like Gibbs. If he was at 18 for the
yes.
Lions, I'd be okay with it. But at 12, I was like, that's a little bit.
I'm also okay with it.
Or Bijan to the Falcons at 8.
No,
I like.
I'm not,
doesn't
I'm,
surprise
I'm
me
not
at
gonna dog. I'm not gonna dog
No.
that pick.
I wanted him at 14.
I can't. What about Gibbs at 12?
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
This is
Who did
definitely
the
not
Lions take at 18? They didn't. They took a linebacker at
Jack Campbell.
Jack Campbell from
Yeah,
Iowa,
yeah.
which
No.
actually I think is a good pick.
very good pick. In my
I like
opinion.
that pick a lot.
He
That was
seems
a-
like a run stuffing
he's a Dan Campbell pick.
He's
yeah,
very,
like
very good.
psychopath that's just gonna blow
I
up.
mean,
He's
yes,
an absolute
I think-
psycho.
hey,
yeah.
hey, I think this might be Josh Downs. I think this might be Josh Downs.
Oh, I found out what the Saints are going. I got the United Report tweet again. I looked at it because I'm filling out I didn't fill out the banners yet in a while. Apologies, Tom, for that. Don't.
There it is. It's all good. We've been having a fun time here. Brian Breesy, who is at home in his house, gets picked before Will Levis.
To be fair, everyone's getting picked.
Who else
Will
is
Levis
left in
right
that
now.
green room though besides Levis? 'Cause all the receivers were gone like that, and literally in the span of
It might just be him.
That
man.
is
Levis-
such a Saints pick. This kid's good.
He is
Proceed.
good.
Or
Back
Breeze,
in the
whatever his name
fray
is.
Yeah.
is our
Proceed.
Eagles rep, Daniel Bakley. Hello.
What is going on?
What's up, D-Bake?
You have
Uh,
returned. That's
Didn't
two
think-
Clemson picks in a row.
Oh yeah.
Back to back.
They must be
Back to
listening.
back.
I literally brought it up like 3 picks ago.
Brian, your thoughts?
6'5.5". Holy fuck!
Brian.
I didn't realize he was
He's
that
good.
big.
Brian with an I. Your thoughts on Brian with the Y?
Yeah, I like him as a player, but he's been a bit of a hothead. I mean, we can excuse this season. We talked about the whole situation with his
Yeah.
sister, so I'm sure he's got other things on his mind. But yeah, as a player, I think it's a good pick at this juncture. The only thing I don't really like, he was injured last year, and the stats that I know Clemson has regressed a little bit, but the stats that he put up this year are worse than what he did in 2020. Or some categories about the same, but yeah, that's a little concerning. So I don't know. I don't really like the pick, but he was graded highly. So maybe they know something that I don't.
Wow.
Interesting. Wow. Yeah, I mean, they're celebrating Dennis, not Dennis Allen. Oh yeah, that is Dennis Allen.
Yeah.
It does sound, yeah.
Dennis Allen. Probably on the hot seat potentially.
I guess depending on how this year goes, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if
So,
they come
if-
in, they're going to win the division. What's he going to lose
Saints?
to the Falcons?
So I wouldn't. I mean, we'll see what Carolina does the rest of the draft. Daniel, the question remains the same. Howie has only taken 4 positions ever in round number 1: offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver, and quarterback. Does that mantra continue at number 30 overall?
Part of me feels like they could go Nolan Smith and keep on going with that Georgia theme because he's kind of fallen down the draft board. It's kind of hard to pass him
Replace.
unless it's somebody. And you pair him with the other guys that you have in the middle there. It's hard for me to look past Brian Branch at safety. That's a position that we need. We just let Gardner Johnson go. And that was a guy that was ranked as high as 10 and then has since fallen to this spot at 30. A lot of mock drafts had him going to us. And then you got Jerry Porter Jr. with the issues with Darius Slay. He did come back, but we signed Bradbury. So could we replace Slay in the future with a guy like Jerry Porter? And these are guys that fell down the board. So I'd be fine with any of those three. I think those are three guys that I would target there. But as long as we take one of those three, I'm happy with either of them.
Yeah, I agree.
How does your O line look?
We're actually pretty young because the only guy that left was Siumatu, but we have Jurgens who can play center and both guard spots. And we didn't expect Kelsey to come back. So now that he comes back, Jurgens could move over to the right side for a year to play there until Kelsey retires. We have Lane Johnson. He's getting old, but he's signed for a couple of years. The left side's very young. The center, left guard, and left tackle are very young. So it's just the right side that's kind of a question mark because of age.
Right.
Because if Roseman does want to stick along, those positions that is, Tom just mentioned, someone who's, I wouldn't say fallen, but definitely would be a good value right here is Cyrus Torrance. Kid is absolutely massive. I don't know if I watched a game where he let somebody buy him. He's a guard out of Florida.
Yeah,
If you're already young, I mean, probably go somewhere else.
And that's my college team too, so I wouldn't mind that.
There you go.
That's right. Daniel Bakley, Florida Gators fan. We have a lot of Florida fans in here. Brian, UCF, Fonz, Miami.
Let's go you.
Walt with South Carolina.
A well-known Florida team.
Yeah,
cock up.
Yeah, I don't know what the Cocks are going to do next year.
They're going to raise up, my friend.
Yeah.
Dang.
Mark Alkin said he would be on board with a Nolan Smith pick to replace Brandon Graham.
You could put Nolan Smith. That wouldn't be bad.
You still got Josh Sweat and Hassan Reddick, but depth is important.
They love depth. You saw what the Eagles had. They love that in the front seven. I would say Nolan Smith wouldn't be another Georgia guy too.
Behind Bradbury and Slay, what do you have at corner? Is Maddox still there, or did he leave? Maddox is still there. So you lost Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, but you have Reed Blankenship, and you have who's the other safety again? Duke Riley.
He plays linebacker and safety. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Safety.
You probably could use Brian Brandt.
And the only other secondary I can think of is Zach McElhenney, but he's more of like our top special teams guy.
So I do think defense here is where you go.
There is one thing.
Pick is in.
There is one thing the Eagles don't have, Andy. I think you know who it is. It's Will Levis.
It is Will Levis. Yeah. Are they interested in Will Levis at all?
I
just lost your backup quarterback.
I got $250 million of why not to go.
Yeah.
Fonz, we'll get back to the banners for the last couple of picks. I know we've gone on a little string here, but just to round out the night, who is this?
Oh, yeah. Student wins jersey.
Oh, it's Kelsey's mom. Jason Kelsey's mom.
Nice.
Very cool.
Jason's actually in the crowd drinking with the fans.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Good family-oriented guy.
Apparently, Dude Perfect also on the stage for some reason.
What an interesting crew.
She just had a jersey from the Super.
My big board, I have Drew Sanders, Will Levis, Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith, Michael Mayer, Brian Branch, Keon White out of Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
That could be an option here.
While we're waiting for Dude Perfect to do whatever it is they're doing, I'll answer the question we had earlier of who is left in the draft room besides our man Will Levis there. We do have Brian Branch, Joey Porter Jr., and Keon White out of Georgia Tech. So
There's 4 people left.
slim pickings back there right now.
Did they get so if they go tomorrow, do they get a jersey with the 2 on it instead of? No, I'm being serious. Like I don't know. Like
no, it's still the 1, I think.
Oh,
here we go. Oh boy.
Just make the pick already. Enough of this, whatever this is.
That's a good pick.
That's the
Eagles.
one.
It
Eagles just won.
made the most sense.
The Texans and the Eagles won the night, in my opinion.
we got Nolan Smith, Nakobe Dean.
That's the first time I think in 15 years we took
Jalen
linebacker
Carter,
in the first.
Jordan Davis. You have 4 dogs on your defense.
Y'all got the dog.
Go dogs!
You gotta do it.
Pair Smith with Dean in the linebacker spot. I'll take it.
With the red bottoms on.
They basically have now a third of the 2021 national championship Georgia team on their.
They do.
That's right now.
This last pick, Kansas City.
Can I interest Kansas City and Will Levis?
Oh yeah, they need a QB.
Yeah, that's,
badly.
honestly,
Yeah.
then listen, maybe a little overrated. You know,
Don't
there's
know
multiple
how much.
on the side saying Mahomes might be a little overrated. The Chiefs aren't a dynasty. That's what Walt told me. I'm just saying.
Ah, dude, you took the words right out of my mouth.
That's what Walt texted
Thank
saying.
you,
"Yo."
thank you for quoting me. I really needed you to.
After
do
the
that.
Super Bowl, Walt texted me being like, honestly, Fonz, Chiefs, not a dynasty. And I was like, listen, man.
I
you said
think
it.
Brian Branch.
Well, it's like the Knicks
Right.
are a dynasty. Come
Oh,
on.
yeah, they are. They're a dynasty. They're back.
I think
So the
Brian Branch
Ravens
should
are
be the
back
pick.
too.
Joey Porter Jr. is going to fall to the 2nd round and be the first overall pick of the 2nd round to the Pittsburgh Steelers tomorrow.
Love it.
Ravens trade up. This is perfect. The Ravens just trade
Hold
up.
on. The Steelers will get Joey Porter Jr. tomorrow.
Probably because the Chiefs don't need a corner, right?
No, that they had their 2 rookies from last year.
Yeah, but Trent
Duffy
McDuffie and
and,
what's the other guy's name?
The other kid, Jalen.
Justin Smith, was it? Or
No.
Justin Wilson?
Jalen. Fonz, it's on the tip of my tongue.
No,
can't
I
think of it.
know. I feel like I know the name.
Oh,
I'm looking.
We're going to have to look this one up.
Not Justin Reed. Jalen Watson. Jalen Watson.
that's the yeah.
That's
He was a 7th rounder too. Oh my! They drafted
They
really.
still
and they got
have,
Pacheco. And they got
have
Pacheco.
Legarius.
Yeah, they could draft. Holy, yeah, they got Ladarius Sneed. I think Juan
Legarius.
Thornhill left.
This is
Juan
going to be
Thornhill left.
Brian Branch,
Yeah.
guys. This is going to be Brian Branch.
Yeah, because they drafted him and Pachenko round 7.
The value of tackle doesn't meet here. The next best tackle is Cody Mock, the redheaded guy with no front teeth.
I love that.
Out of North Dakota State. And I think that would be a reach here. If he goes in the 1st round, what a way to end the night. Wow. Mayor's going to drop out.
And I look at that Pittsburgh pick. That's basically a 1st rounder because of Miami
That's what-
losing their pick.
Will Levis.
And wouldn't it be nice
And
if your
then-
team was starting the 2nd round tomorrow?
Hendon Hooker is still. Hendon Hooker too will probably go tomorrow.
I was going to say there was a team that was supposed to be there, but they traded that for Claypool.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Chiefs. Fonz, I'm holding off on your thing just in case this is Joey Porter Jr., just so that you're
I
aware.
love it.
Otherwise, I would get to it right now.
No,
the
it's fine.
buzzer.
No, it's fine. That's fine. If it's not, then listen. You can do whatever you want, Tom. You're the leader here too. But Joe, I don't think Porter goes. To the Chiefs could go best of Alex. It's like
Andy Reid put on his nicest short sleeve button up for the occasion.
because maybe teams want to do 3 corners set. I just don't want Porter Jr. in the division unless he's on the Ravens uniform. To be honest, that's what it is.
How fitting would it be though for him to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Oh no, I had him on there like as
Yeah.
my top three. He was
It's-
two. I'm like,
I can guarantee you it's going to happen tomorrow night.
no,
If
if
I'm
he's not
wrong,
picked now, he's going first. He's going
he,
to have.
he
Yeah,
will be the first pick tomorrow night. There's no way he won't be.
If they could, they would have made the pick like now. They would have been like, "We're not waiting. Here's the pick."
no, they could. They could.
Right.
Unless the Chiefs get him, but
Yeah.
I think
I just don't see them doing that since they had a lot of success winning the Super Bowl with 2 rookies there.
Yeah.
but
no one
their
thought.
Brian Branch would make more sense because the safety position is
Yeah.
lacking.
Who there's who? Well, because Thornhill left. He's in Cleveland. Who there's
Thornhill left.
I don't know. Who
Matthew left. Matthew and
Last year.
Sorensen both left last year.
I forgot Matthew left and went to.
And both are on the Saints.
Ah, wow.
It's Justin Reed and
Justin Reed's
Mike
still there.
Edwards. Mike Edwards is the other one.
I didn't even sound familiar. Was he a Buccaneer?
Mike Edwards, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's who I'm thinking of. Them.
For 4
Kentucky. Kentucky safety. Something. I think he went to Kentucky. The name just sounded familiar.
For some
Pick
reason,
is
I'm thinking
in.
like UNC.
So just to recap
No.
here while we're waiting, what everyone's teams got tonight. Daniel Bakley, you got Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith.
I hate
Andy
that.
Hopper, you got Darnell Wright out of Tennessee to tackle. Alec Walt, you got Christian Gonzalez out of
Hate that.
Oregon. Brian McCardle, you got Kalijah Cansey, DT out of Pittsburgh.
Next, Aaron Donald.
Alfonso DeFalco, you got
Yes,
Zay
Doc.
Flowers, receiver
Mhm.
out of USC, out of Boston College.
Mm-hmm.
And I got Deontay Banks, cornerback out of Maryland, which makes sense the more that I think about it now because Adoree Jackson, last year of his contract, Aaron Robinson, we don't know how he'll recover. Cordell Flott's good, but I prefer him in the slot. Darnay Holmes is on a contract year. It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. As we're receivers, you have a lot of 2s and 3s. Hey, throw a bullet. Get like a Cedric Tillman or a Nathaniel Dell tomorrow. We'll be fine.
Yeah, didn't you lose somebody in the secondary?
Love.
Yeah.
Went to Seattle, right?
Yeah, he went to Seattle, which is interesting because apparently we offered him more money. But I don't know. There was some issue with the finances. I forget what happened. I think Love thought he was going to be back.
So it's
did
him
the
and
Giants,
Quandre.
but it just
Him and
didn't-
Quandre was not a bad safety tandem.
Yeah.
Seattle.
Yep.
Ain't that bad, actually.
I guess the Giants like Dane Belton.
I mean, they're really
Last pick's
milking
taken
this
a
as
while.
well.
I know.
I know.
It's
Like we
holy
blew
shit.
through the last 5-6 picks.
Oh,
Watch, they said their mom back out with the red shirt this time.
enough of that. Yeah, enough of that.
Fonz and myself, we did not take a break tonight at all. It's been 3 hours, 53 minutes.
Good for you, boys.
Nice.
Neither of us took a break.
I was going to, but I'm like, you know what? No, I'm good right now. I'm good. We're almost at the finish line. Just hurry up, Chiefs.
For real.
Anyone free tomorrow? Wink, wink.
I am not free tomorrow.
Possibly, but I can't tell you tonight.
Possibly, but I don't know what time. Because I have another recording tomorrow, but I don't know.
Only because there's so many good prospects left that I want to cover.
Yeah. Oh fuck. I'm probably out tomorrow. Fuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got
What show are you filming tomorrow?
Edging the Truth.
Noise. Topic?
Edging the Truth.
Loch
Go
Ness
check it out.
Monster. Loch Ness Monster, baby.
Nice.
Come on, dude. Fucking announce the pick, please.
Is this Hunt?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay. Good guy. Edge rusher. Felix Anaduke Uzama. What do we think of that pick?
I don't know enough about the Chiefs D line to say anything, but as a player, I think he's really good. I think at one point, this is not from the past year, so this stat could be wrong, but he had like tied or broken the forced fumble record in the FBS, and then this story could be off a little, but the NCAA went back and like reviewed some of the fumbles and decided like one went past the line of scrimmage by like a yard or two, and so he lost the record.
Ugh.
That sucks. Well, I'll tell you this. I'm looking at his stats. This past season, 8.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. 2021, 11 sacks, 6 forced fumbles. This could be the first round's best kept sleeper.
Oh, he's from Kansas City.
Yeah, hometown guy who went to Kansas City. See, like I didn't expect them. I didn't expect them to go edge because they went Karlaftis last year.
That's what I thought too.
They did lose Frank Clark. They lost Frank Clark.
They still have Chris Jones, and they really like a Menahu. So maybe
Solid.
they're just trying to add depth. Yeah.
Got a solid D line.
So I'm going to write a list of the best available prospects who are left.
There's a lot of good corners left.
Yeah.
Speaking of corners, Fonz, I think now is a great time to go over your analysis on Joey Porter Jr., who you will be facing 2 times a year as of tomorrow.
Well, my thing on Joey Porter, I did a video on him, and when you look at his highlights, you're thinking like there's nothing flashy, whatever. But then you look at it, quarterbacks did not throw to his side of the field at all. He only had in his career 1 pick. And you're thinking like, all right, like only 1 pick, but like because nobody literally threw to his side of the field. The only issue I'd say is that he does get a little bit handsy, can get a little too physical, and sometimes he got a lot of penalties drawn on him, which could hurt at the next level. But a physical, big-bodied corner loves press coverage. He will lock down any side of the field, and any team that will take him, they'll absolutely love him. A physical corner, which will fit perfectly in Pittsburgh. I hate that. But I wanted him to go to the Ravens really badly. Didn't happen. I hope Zay Flowers has a Pro Bowl Hall of Fame career now. But yeah, Tommy's gonna be the first pick in the 2nd round.
He just shuts him down in game 1.
Yeah, and that makes me feel very old because his father, Joey Porter Sr., I saw him twice a year because he was a freakish linebacker. And Tom, can that lead me to my top 10 before I get on out of here that I made? In honor of the Slick Back Kickback report, I do Fonz's top 10 for every episode. It is a top 10 here. It is 10 athletes that I watched that made me feel old because I remember their fathers very well. Now, a lot involve football, some involve basketball. I'm not going to, some surprise here. They're 10-1. Are you guys ready? You guys ready to feel old with this list? My number 10. Absolutely. Kenyon Martin Jr., his father, Kenyon Martin Sr. Anybody remember Kenyon Martin? Yes. Yeah. His son is on the Rockets, and I felt old with that. Number 9, J.C. Horn, corner for the Panthers. His father, Joe Horn. Now it's guys that I grew up watching.
Right there.
That made me. It's guys that I watched. Get
the phone out.
It's the phone celebration is great. Number 8, Sharif O'Neal, currently center for the G League. His father, Shaquille O'Neal. That made me feel very old. Number 7, Tom. Tom. You're gonna like this one. The route there. Cameron Boozer, the number 1 recruit in the class of 2025. His father, Carlos Boozer. Yeah, I saw the highlights of Cameron Boozer. I'm like, I saw your dad play. Number 6, Antoine Winfield Jr., safety for the Buccaneers. His father, Vikings corner and Bills, Antoine Winfield Sr. Number 5, Asante Samuel Jr., Chargers corner. Father, Patriots, Eagles, Asante Samuel Sr. Number 4, the entire Toronto Blue Jays lineup with Vlad Guerrero.
I'm about to say, there's got to be baseball.
Everybody on the Toronto Blue Jays. No, specifically, just the Blue Jays in general. Number 3, Patrick Surtain II. His father, Patrick Surtain I. Remember Patrick Surtain I? Lockdown corners, both of them. Number 2, Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison Sr.
Yeah.
And number 1, Joey Porter Jr., Joey Porter Sr., because I saw his dad play multiple times my whole childhood, and now I'm going to see his son play my whole adult life now in the division. So that is my top 10. Thank you for that. I feel really old. Wait till LeBron James' son plays in the NBA.
Wow.
Here's
Any
a
other
question.
Wild.
Any questions, comments, concerns about that list?
Oh yeah, big question. In your research,
yeah.
how is Boozer's son's in the hair department?
He's got a bunch of hair, right?
He has,
Also,
he has hair, so he's good. He's good.
They're twins. It's Cameron and somebody else. Yeah, there's two.
Oh, I know Cameron's the top recruit. I didn't know there's.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta update the list now. No,
Cameron has a twin.
Because I was looking at I was looking at I don't know what it was, like ESPN draft rankings, and then I saw Cameron Boozer, and I'm like, Boozer. I'm like, there's no way that's Carlos Boozer's son. And then I was like, that's Carl. I'm like, are you kidding me? So that's why this happened too.
Great list.
Fun fact: I've been to 2 Sixers games. I've gone to a lot of them. Father-son duo. I went back in 2000. Saw Arvydas Sabonis, and I went last year.
Oh,
and saw his son. And saw his son's
Domantas
Sabonis.
Nice. Oh yeah.
I feel like I have one, but I don't know off the top of my head. But I will say this. Andy, did we want to do the Brown brothers?
We can. We don't have to. It's cool.
Yeah, you know what? We can go through it quick. We have another minute. All right. So obviously we know Devin Witherspoon went earlier tonight, but similar to the father-son connection, we have a pair of brothers here in Chase Brown and Sidney Brown. And Andy, why don't you take us through these two young gentlemen?
All right, we'll start with Chase Brown. So he led the Power 5 in rush yards this past year. He was a Doak Walker finalist. That was the first one in Illinois history. Walter Camp Player of the Year semifinalist. All-American second team. Ton of awards all across, football and just Illinois in general. 328 carries for 1,643 yards and 10 rushing touchdowns, 27 receptions for 240 yards and 3 receiving touchdowns on the year. Third in the nation and second in the Big Ten in rush yards per game. Just was an absolute machine, was the focal point of the Illinois offense this past season. It was kind of just give Chase Brown the ball and get out of the way. Interested to see where he goes in the draft. I think his current projection is probably maybe like 3rd, 4th, maybe as late as the 5th. I have him as like my number 4 or 5 running back. Again, I am biased on that. But this kid is just so fun to watch. You get the ball in his hands and you, like I said, you kind of just watch him go. Then his twin brother, Sidney Brown, play safety, was a starter on the Illini for 4 years. He was also an All-American. He was on the 3rd team, all Big Ten. He was a team captain. Started all 12 regular season games at safety, 59 tackles, 3.5 tackles for loss, 1 sack, 6 interceptions, 7 pass breakups. He's able to get in the backfield if you need him to. He's great in coverage. He's a ball hawk. He'll intercept the ball if you need him to. Took a couple of those back for touchdowns as well. This is a guy we very well could see go tomorrow, and I'm projecting we see him in the 2nd or the 3rd round. But it's crazy. They're both from London, Ontario, Canada. I believe they both went down to IMG Academy in Florida. Chase originally was at Western Michigan. Sidney came to Illinois from the jump, and then Chase transferred here, and the rest is history. You got the Brown brothers are making their way to the NFL.
Love it.
I love it as well.
All right, Andy Hopper, thank you so much here. Sorry, I was muted while I was talking. Fonz, we're going to let you go here before we wrap this up. Thank you so much for co-hosting tonight. I know you have to work early tomorrow.
Yeah, but
appreciate your time.
Draft season, gotta make some sacrifices because I love the NFL draft. Of course, thank you, Tom, for letting me be co-host, and I had a blast. This was a lot of fun. Definitely excited for the Ravens and everything else.
I appreciate you doing all the banners tonight as well. Much appreciated.
Of course.
Have a good one, Fonz.
Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good one. See you. All right, Daniel, thank you very much as well. Congratulations to your Philadelphia Eagles on getting Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter. Where can people find you and your work?
Yeah, you can find me on at Twitter at Cage IQ. I'm the host of Cage My IQ, do all the MMA content, interviews, and whatnot. You can find me every week. I put stuff out on Tuesday. And like I said earlier, I'm now part of the Bloodline Entertainment Network, where I also do content with wrestling and debates.
Nice.
There we go.
Absolutely, Daniel. Thank you so much. Cage My IQ. Daniel's a big MMA fan, so make sure to go check out his content there. Awesome insight. Daniel, thanks again. Have a good night.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was a great first night of the draft. Looking forward to the rest.
Absolutely. All right, Daniel, have a good one.
See you later, bud.
See ya.
All right. So, Brian and Andy, just to quickly recap how tonight went. You guys have both been soldiers. This has been awesome. 2 of my 3 co-hosts tonight. 7 edge rushers, 5 offensive tackles, 4 wide receivers, all went in a row, domino effect style. 4 corners and 3 quarterbacks. That were 3 of the first 4 picks. Brian, my last question to you of the night, and I'll ask the same thing to Andy next. Who was your winner of night 1? And who was a team that maybe, not a loser, I'm not going to say that, who didn't do so good in night 1?
I mean, I think we said both the 2 winners earlier, honestly. The Eagles got fantastic value for a team that's already loaded. It is kind of funny that they now have 4 Georgia Bulldogs on the team. It might be a little much, but they're all great players. So in terms of value, I think the Eagles win. But the Texans, just the way that they did it, they came out shooting, and I don't think anyone saw that trade up to 3 coming for them. So to me, that was my favorite. So I'm going to go with them. Obviously, I think most of us here agree that Bryce Young was the better of the QBs, but you go and get Stroud with your pick when you need a QB, and then just the wildest trade ever to just go right back in for the next pick at number 3 and get probably the best all-around prospect in the draft in Will Anderson. So I think they're a winner as well.
Absolutely. Andy, how about you?
I mean, I 100% agree with Brian. Houston getting their quarterback, figuring that out, and immediately trading back up for arguably the most talented defender in the draft. It's hard to beat that. And then, again, the Eagles to just keep taking Georgia defenders until it doesn't work anymore is Howie's strategy. Somebody that I guess missed, and I kind of want to say the Lions here, and I do think Jahmyr Gibbs is good. And it has the potential to be a very solid playmaker in the NFL. I just don't know if I understand the pick at 12. I just don't know if I get that. So that's kind of the one thing that sticks out to me, I should say, as kind of my head scratcher. Like, I don't really know what they were doing. But again, what the hell do I know? But a great time, fellas. This is always a good time.
Absolutely. You 2 are the best, along with Fonz. Appreciate that. Quickly, my answer. I like what the Texans did and the Eagles did, as you both said. The Texans trading up to get Will Anderson Jr. immediately after taking C.J. Stroud. The Eagles getting the 2 Georgia guys, and the Seattle Seahawks getting Andy's guy, Devin Witherspoon, and then getting Jackson Smith and Jigba, arguably the number 1 wide receiver in this year's NFL draft class. Ladies and gentlemen, that closes the book to night 1. final plug for each of you. Brian, where can people find From the Stands? Andy, where can people find the Brew Party and Edging the Truth?
Who's first?
Andy, you go. You go first.
I'll go first. Okay, so www.thebrewparty.com. It's got all of our episode links to our social media and stuff like that. YouTube.com/thebrewparty, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok at the Brew Party. We're on Facebook at the Brew Party Podcast. Edgingthetruth.com for all your conspiracy theory needs. We just released an episode about chemtrails. We're recording one tomorrow about the Loch Ness Monster. Very, very fun format where we kind of look into these things, debunk them, and stuff like that. So we're on all of our social media platforms there at Edging the Truth, youtube.com/Edging the Truth. Please like, subscribe, comment on either one of those. And again, Tom, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Brian, it's always a blast getting to be on a microphone with you as well. 4 hours and counting, fellas. We made it.
Yeah, that was quite a long one there. For me, From the Stands, Twitter is From the Stands US, YouTube, Facebook, and everything else From the Stands Sports. We didn't give our loser because Tom didn't want to, be too mean here. But I will ask you, Andy, you're filming a show, and I feel like this is a perfect way to end our draft coverage. You're filming a show about the Loch Ness Monster tomorrow. Will Loch Ness get drafted before Will Levis? Yes or no?
At this point, it's probably a pretty safe bet. I'd take it. Loch Ness got a lot of versatility, can play multiple positions, just
elusive.
Elusive. It's got size that you've never seen before on a football field. So just a lot of intangibles, a lot of tools.
I love it.
Yeah, gentlemen, this has been awesome. I want to thank everybody who tuned in on the Big Blue Avenue YouTube channel tonight, the Review and Preview Sports YouTube channel tonight, and Facebook page. As always, you know where to check us out on all of our social media platforms. On behalf of Andy Hopper and Brian McArdle, my name is Tom Scavetta. This has been night one of our 2023 NFL draft coverage. We appreciate you all watching, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.